Hello. Hello. It is. Oh, can you hear the bell outside? Oh, I don't think so. Good. It is, what day is it? Tuesday. Welcome, hey, I hope you have a good day. And it is once again time to create, to finish some more scenes. Some more scenes from, of course, the Deadpool animation that we work on. We are slowly getting through it. Yesterday we spent the whole day finishing just one scene, but I think it's also going to be the most complex scene of all of them. So, you know, spending a little bit more time on that isn't too bad. I have one that I've almost finished that we're going to start with today. And then the next one, I actually don't know what the next one is. But yeah, this one that I've worked on now yesterday started, and then, you know, we're gonna finish it on stream. It's pretty simple, and then afterwards, yeah, we'll see. I kind of looked through them, and it wasn't really. It didn't seem like there were any that many more super complex shots. Okay, maybe it was a bad idea to open my window, but it doesn't seem like there's. Dude, okay, hold on. I'll open it back up later, I guess. There isn't too many more that are requiring a lot of work. What I mean with a lot of is just like spending a whole day on one shot. That would mean that we would be done in a month, but I don't think that's going to be the case. So that's going to be good. I want to get this done. You know, best case scenario, we're going to get this done this week, which would be really, really nice. But we'll see. I don't know. I guess we'll see how it turns out. The only thing we can do, of course, is, you know, keep working on it and seeing how far we can go. How fast we can do this. So, boom. Wow. So excited to see the final product. Yeah, same. Oh, also something that I actually forgot, and I need to note something down real quick, is the... What's it called? I forgot what I just wanted to say. Good old brain just malfunctioning. Hold on, finish. Oh, there you go. Okay. This should be here. So, yeah, so we're gonna finish this scene today, which is a pretty simple one. I actually, so this one looked a bit weird in the beginning, or, you know, last time I rendered it, because he just kind of disappears. He's, of course, supposed to sprint forward, like this, right? And then, he's going to be gone, right? And then everything explodes behind him. And that is, looked a bit weird because he basically just disappears. You can kind of imagine because of these explosions that he would move forward, but now I've actually added the effect that it's supposed to have, this kind of after image effect, which now looks a bit like this, with these like lines, as well as this one kind of indicating him being gone. And then it kind of looks like this. Hold on, it takes a bit to load. Maybe, no keyframes to jump to. Oh, my bad, hold on. There you go. So then this one, nothing, okay. Then this, and then it's gone, I think. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. And then the next part is, of course, the actual explosion. So I hope, I haven't rendered it yet, but I hope this is going to look a bit better now with, you know, with, what do you call it? With these little extra lines. Hopefully that makes it a bit more obvious what's happening. I think so, but I haven't rendered it yet. So, but the good thing is also that these lines are easy to redo if they look weird. So it's not like, you know, it takes ages to fix them. Welcome, Fazby. Hope you have a good day. Have a good stream. Thank you. Okay, yeah. So the only thing that we really need to adjust is everything before that. Basically him just kind of leaning forward. I fixed most of the shadows already. Around the face, around the arms and stuff. So it looked before, it looked like this, and now it looks like this. Just kind of cleaning everything up. Looking pretty simple. Yeah, so the only thing that really is missing is basically like this middle part. The legs, first of all, and then also the torso here, or the chest, right? Yeah, basically kind of like this area right here, which shouldn't take too long. And then this one is also done. And then I'm actually curious what the next scene is. Oh, I know which the next scene is. And I think for this one, just because it's so fast, you know, this one where he kind of sprints forward. The first thing that I want to do is just overall, this isn't animated on any, this is animated every frame right now, which is why it looks so smooth. The first thing I want to do is give it, what's it called? Step interpolation. So that usually if you have like these big effects, like these smoke plumes, for example, that are animated, you oftentimes animate them, or anime oftentimes tries to, of course, save time. So they animate it on 3 or 2s minimum, or maybe on 4s oftentimes, because there's like these complex kind of things, and it can take a long time to create these, you know, good looking, you know, smoke plumes. So, you know, I want to definitely add a step interpolation, and then immediately it should be a bit clearer whether, you know, is already enough, or if I need to do more adjustments. If that's the case, one thing we definitely need to do very likely manually, which is very annoying, but, you know, just, I guess, unfortunately is that way, is the outlines, the line art for this at least. Actually, we can maybe work with what we already have, just improve it. And then here too, you can see some of these lines being cut off, for example. So they're actually not, now that I look at it, there are actually not that many. So at first I thought we would have to create all line art manually, but it seems more like some of them are just glitchy. And once we fix those things, it seems like it should work out. So we actually don't need to redo everything here. We just need to create step interpolation, and then yeah, go see, you know, how we need to adjust the line art. And there's really that much more in this shot, right? We have the background too, but the background is, you know, already kind of, you know, once that is animated on 2s, probably 2, it should be fine. And then this shot is also, yeah, there's no character to kind of fix any or adjust the shadows. And the shadows here are all fairly simple. Maybe we need to adjust or simplify just in general the shadows here for the smoke things, because they look a bit detailed right now. But otherwise, it looks, I don't think there's like crazy amounts of like shadow adjustments we need to do, for example, that we would have to do for characters, for example. Okay. What do you think about Blender NPR and Goo Engine? I use the, so of course, if you want to do Blender non-physic, you know, NPR stuff, Goo Engine has a few more features that the normal Blender stuff or Blender version doesn't have. Like for example, like you can create like distortion planes to distort, you know, like create, for example, smear frames that way, or you can use it to create, I think they also have, you know, they have more like light and shadow nodes that you can use or something like that. They adjusted the nodes a bit and added new nodes, so you can, for example, also create like line art around like edges, for example, or not clearly line art, but more like edges become like brighter, for example, edge detection, I guess, I think that's what they call it and stuff, which I think is more important for environments, and I haven't necessarily needed that yet, just because the environments that I've created so far were never really in the focus, so I don't really need to use it, I guess. Or I haven't needed to use it. I thought about using it, but I haven't really, you know, done the move yet. Maybe there's some like big things that I'm missing that would push what I'm doing, for example, further. But I just haven't looked too deep into it. You like baked lighting? You mean for like baking light? I don't really, you know, can you even bake lights anymore? I guess so, right? With Eevee, you still have these light probes, but I don't really do that because yeah, if I use Eevee, I do it for non-photorealistic stuff, and then it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be this workflow where I can fix it manually afterwards with overpaint layer, so it doesn't really matter if it's, you know, baked or not. Or yeah, the baking doesn't really do anything. Also, you're only really backlighting if you want to capture like bounce light and stuff more precisely, which yeah, it's already something you have in non-photorealistic stuff. Are you gonna do the background or are you gonna leave it as it is? I think I'm gonna probably just leave it like this. Actually, I might think about adding just some simple stuff in the background, just to give it a bit more depth than what it currently has. Maybe, but I haven't really thought about that yet. Yeah, maybe. Just some like very, very simple stuff, like some cylinders or whatever, just to create more depth. But yeah, I haven't really thought about that too much yet. Okay, so yeah, so the only thing you're really missing here is this part right here, the front of him, I guess, and the legs. So let's go through those real quick, and then we can go into the main part that I want to focus on today. Yesterday I said I wanted to focus on this one today, which well, wasn't the case, but I think this time I'm more confident that we can get to the next shot quicker. There you go. So yeah, so what I've done here basically, since it's a fairly simple shot we're seeing, is just, wait, where are the keyframes? Basically just go and select the section that I want to adjust, and then just go frame by frame by frame, and do that over and over and over again until everything, you know, is fixed basically. So that's what I want to do here now too. I usually kind of try to work with what the shadows already give me, and then try to just kind of improve them a bit. So here, for example, I can use the yellow highlight to just, for example, here, start maybe the highlight here, and then just kind of work around with the light like this. This way I can, you know, because the light still gives me an information about how the light would kind of, or is kind of supposed to fall. And I can kind of use that to create like a good transition also from the beginning of the animation to the end. So I like to kind of work around the lights if I can. If they don't look too scuffed, of course. And then I also try to go, you know, back and forth all the time to make sure that I kind of start and end the shadows at the same position. This might be a bit too far back, we'll see. Boom. There you go. You can see now if I go back and forth, if there might be, you can see this travels quite far, this part of the line right here. But if you switch back and forth, it's not that visible. It's also in the leg, so nobody really cares about the leg. So yeah, we don't need to care about it too much. Okay. I think I always want to start here because this is the biggest distance or difference between my manufactured shadow and the actual shadow. So I want to have the start point be roughly in the same position every time. Boom. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, one fear that I always have is that the shadows kind of, because I only really compare the previous frame to the one that I'm working on right now, that slowly but surely they drift somewhere off into the distance where it shouldn't supposed to be going, right? And then if I watch the whole animation, you can see that drift. Working kind of around the shadows that are already there kind of helps me avoid that issue, because I always have a guide for where it's kind of supposed to be, and then I just need to make it a bit cleaner. Boom. So if you look at this now, see, that's a nice transition. Go here maybe, and around this bit again. Ta-da! Go nice along the line. There you go. And this is basically all I have done so far for all the shadows. Just going, oh, what does it look like before? Then create the next one. Go next frame, what does it look like before? Go next frame. And kind of go like that until everything is filled. Or until all frames have been fixed. Go to the next thing. Do that there too. Until everything has been fixed. I've kind of done it differently in the Deadpool one, where I kind of, in the previous shot basically, where I kind of looked at the, oh, there you go, looked at the, or basically kind of made a bunch of changes at once, and then, you know, try to copy them over to the next frame. The good part about the last scene was that it was very, very dynamic and a lot of movement. So seeing like small differences in the lines isn't obvious at all. So you can be more free with that and do more changes at once. With this one where he moves a bit slower, you have to be a bit more deliberate. But even here you can see the jumps between frames are still fairly big. So you still have quite a bit of freedom with how you can create these, you know, these cleanup lines. Are you gonna do the background? Oh yeah, I think I said that. I read that already. Real-time renders take much longer. What do you mean? Rendering? I mean, that's the exact opposite of what's supposed to do, right? What do you mean creating them? Maybe some viewport comp distortion could help with the always perfect perspective, like lines of such ribs could be usually a bit more jiggly and flat. Yeah, you could add a little bit more distortion. Usually I think for more modern anime you have less of that kind of wobbliness, just because, you know, they also use PCs at this point, shocker. So you know, they can also be more clean about their line art, and they don't actually have those like more wobbly lines or wobbly execution, I guess you could call it. And so you can be, if you, depending on how the style you want to kind of imitate, you can be a bit, you know, a bit cleaner too. Also, you know, newer anime uses bloom, which of course in old anime or like lens effects and stuff, which of course would be like extremely hard or not really possible at all in old anime styles. So there you can see as well that, you know, they're using newer techniques to enhance their looks. More compositing at this point. This one travels quite far. I'm going to go move it back just slightly. I wanted to move forward a bit, but not too much. Oops. So I just want to, you know, fill this slight gap here. Just a tiny bit. Ta-da! Just to see now. There's like a slight jump, I think, still, but it's fine. It is totally fine. Okay. There you go. Looks good or not, we'll see. Ah, you can see like a slight wobble here. I guess we could just go, move it over. Although then, let's see if that works or if it. Oh, it works. Okay, good. I thought there might be like the original shadow already, you know, popping up, but it is fine. It works. Oops. Kind of scraping the shadow here, the original. And also taking on all of this weird noisiness, which of course has no place in anime. We don't need noise, or at least this kind of shadow noise. I might add some noise on top in my compositing step, just because I kind of like how the noise kind of interacts with the glow and makes the glow a bit more noisy. And I kind of like that look. So maybe I'll do that, you know, here. But we'll get into compositing later. So I don't want to think too much about it right now. Okay. Oh, that's the last frame. Good. Let's now kind of follow it and see if the transition looks good or not. I haven't really done that before, but I feel like it's a good idea to start doing, even though it takes long to load all these frames. Since he currently, you know, his model is on subdivision level 3. Since that's the one that you know he's going to be rendered from, it kind of just makes sense to have him also be at that when I'm creating the shadows, since the shadows are different depending how high the subdivision level is. So I want to make sure that, you know, it looks good at the final subdivision level. And that looks pretty good. Look at this. No big jumps, just smoothly moving. Nothing too bad. Nothing at all, actually. It looks fine. Good. Welcome, Fraud. Hope you have a good day. Welcome back. Mello, you're not gonna... please stop asking if I can shout out whoever you're asking, okay? I did it yesterday, and that's gonna be enough. Welcome, Blender. I hope you have a good day. Do you think full anime productions is possible with Blender? You mean like actual... Well, there are like sort of... I guess it depends on what you mean for anime, right? The definition. So the workflow that I have done here, for example, I think could work, or like the workflow that I'm trying to, you know, imitate right now is basically the one that you see in the anime Promare, right? Let me show you. This kind of style. Oh, hello. This one. And the thing is, this kind of style is fairly simple, nothing too crazy to, you know, like nothing, like no crazy effects and stuff. It's kind of just a, you know, a combination of 2D and 3D, and where 3D is made as 2D as possible. Here, for example, it kind of looks 3D since, you know, it is, you know, first of all, it's animated on once. It's an environment that is 3D. You would never want to do that, right? Because if you have in traditional anime, you would have to always use water paints and stuff to create an environment. So if you wanted to create, so you would paint this once, and if you wanted to create this, this kind of camera movement where the perspective actually changes, right? That you would never want to do that, because you would have to create for each frame a new water painting of that building, which will always look different because water paint is kind of unpredictable, right? So you would never do this kind of motion. You would maybe just scroll down without changing the perspective. So this is clearly, you know, using 3D, for example, but, you know, in a way where it doesn't distract, or where it's still, you know, they kind of build a style, not only for this, right, but also for the 2D aspects, so they work well together and still look like one cohesive style. And stuff like this, for example, I think all of this is 2D, for example, all of the characters, the background looks 2D. This style, I think, could, for example, work for 3D. So as long as you know, walk around what you have in Blender, for example, I feel like you can create stuff like this in Blender too. I don't know exactly, you know, how they've created this, like what programs they've used and stuff, and I'm probably also, you know, don't know exactly like all the steps and whatever that are required to create stuff like this. But I feel like when I just look at this, right, it seems like it would be possible. And yeah, it's just about the art direction, I guess, mostly. Trying to get that into a style that is possible to do in Blender, basically. When you're talking about more like other stuff, like, for example, like Jujutsu Kaisen, This style is a bit more traditional, I would say, with the backgrounds, for example. Let me see. Like the backgrounds here, for example, are all more or less painted. As you can see, they're more painterly than the characters, for example. They're not as flat as the ones from Promare, for example. So they are a bit more how you would see it in traditional anime. And yeah, so these ones might be a bit harder to create, for example, in Blender, like these 3D environments. But I think if you spend enough time on it, I guess it would still be possible. The question is just if it is, if it is worth creating them in 3D, if you can also paint them. There, I guess the question would be what would be faster. Yeah, I don't know what really would be faster. Yeah, I feel like it would be possible. You just need to look at the style that you want to go for. Are you animating on 1s or 2s? Mostly 2s, and then sometimes 3s to change the pacing a bit, or like faster jumps, for example, to create like a 1 frame of anticipation, basically. Yeah, mostly 2s though, to imitate that anime style. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is the boot, and then I want to go up. This part is the worst because there's like some offset in here that we need to fix, and the shadows here are more complex, but it's the last thing that we need to do. So once that is done, everything here is basically done, and then we can go to the next shot. Also, carrot this time. Okay. I think I want to basically bring this line, the shadow line, back to the original shadow that exists on the boot already. I think that's the easiest way to do this. So, so let's see. Boom. I think I'm also going to do each part step by step, so I don't have to switch colors every time. Only going to do this in the beginning, basically. Oh. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I think that's gonna work pretty well. This, you can see, this is kind of the part of the body, I guess, of his that moves the least. So you can see like jitteriness in the lines more than in other parts. Like here you can see there's like a slight jump. So I might want to move that up just a tiny bit. I also hate this weird function that I think is Windows Ink, where if you hold for long enough, it does some weird thing and it delays your, like this. Why does that exist? I think that's Windows Ink setting. Luckily, the XP Pen software actually has a setting for that. There you go. Windows Ink off, please, forever. Hopefully this now doesn't work. It doesn't do it. See, now it doesn't do it anymore. Good. I'm free from the Windows Ink harassment, and I can actually do what I want to do. Oh. Damn it, I stopped too early. There you go. Boom. That might be a bit weird, although, no, it's fine. Welcome, Melissa. Hope you have a good day. The insights make the stream a lot more valuable. Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to do with this. First of all, it helps me just concentrate for longer. since I guess people are watching. But also, you know, I can kind of show more of my process. So if somebody's curious about how I made a certain thing, you know, when I talk about it in my 15-minute video or 13 or however long it's going to be, they can check the stream and, you know, kind of, I guess, look for what they're trying to find and then watch the actual real-time creation of it. And yeah, get some more insights through that I maybe don't cover, you know, most of the time don't cover in the actual, you know, main videos. And then maybe, you know, in the future, if you still have a question that I haven't answered or you can't find on stream, you could also just ask the next time I'm live. I feel like this is going to be quite jittery. Let's see. We go back and forth. Maybe it's fine. You know what? It's on the boot, so we can be a bit more lenient. If it was right in his face, it might be a bit more visible, but it's so far down. It's kind of similar to, you know, that human attention experiment where there are like people. Actually, we could do that real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. This one, the selective attention test. I don't know, you've probably seen this one already, but in case you haven't, you can do the experiment real quick. Okay. Here it is. It's made in 1999, okay? So this is what I was talking about. Let's do this experiment, okay? Selective attention test, okay? There you go. So basically, count how many times the players wearing white pass the basketball, okay? Let's go. Okay, counting. Okay, still counting. Good, good, good. Getting pretty high up there. Okay, how many passes did you count? Now, 15, good, okay. So now, but did you see the gorilla? That's the main thing here, okay. There he is. Looks kind of like the gorilla from SpongeBob. Patrick, is it Patrick? Nope. Who was it again? I don't even remember who the main dude was in the suit. No, it was Patrick, right? No, but there was another gorilla. So basically the experiment was, since you're so focused on just counting and we're looking at those people, you don't even notice that there's like this random gorilla just walking through. And that's kind of the case here for this too, where your focus will probably not be on this little line right here. It will probably be kind of up here. So as long as this looks good, or like the main focus point looks good, the stuff around that doesn't have to be perfect. So this small jitteriness, first of all, we're very close right now, right? We would be watching it like from this distance, and then these small jitters would also not be very visible. But also our attention would be somewhere else. So we don't need to actually pay too much attention to this bit right here, because nobody will ever look at this except maybe if they rewatch it for like the 5th time and really try to find mistakes, for example. So if you're optimizing for a first viewing experience, right, it doesn't necessarily matter what we do down here. Or almost doesn't. It matters much less. Did you start off the graphics tablet when you were sculpting, or was it all mouse? I sculpt, usually what I do with a tablet is any things that require a lot of clicking and kind of resemble like drawing, right? You know, right now I'm drawing, so I'm using a tablet. Or when I'm sculpting, I also use a tablet. So that's when I usually, you know, use that, because it also just feels more natural. And you have, of course, the benefit of pressure sensitivity. So you can, for example, for line out here, you could theoretically also create different line thicknesses dynamically. So the lines could get thinner at the end of the, at the end of them. But otherwise, I mainly just use my mouse if I want to be a bit more precise, I guess, with my operations, I guess. Yeah. So for example, a mouse is easier for me at least to select something very specifically, or like at a certain position on the screen. You can see if I try to, like, if I place, currently my pen is not on the pad, right, on the tablet, and then if I try to put it down, you can see there's still a slight, okay, look at the position, putting it down, okay, try again, putting it down, try again, putting it down. There's always a slight like offset that is happening because of the movement of my finger going down, right? But if I, for example, use a mouse, I can just leave the mouse there and just click. There's no movement happening. I can just, put my mouse where I want it to be and then click, and then something, do the operation that I want to do there. But with a tablet, I always have like the slight jittering that happens, like slight offset that happens when I try to very precisely do something on a certain pixel, for example. And to avoid that, I usually use the mouse. But if I want to create something a bit more natural looking, or like drawn looking, right? Or just something where you have just a lot of mouse clicks very fast, like for example sculpting or like drawing. Sometimes I use a tablet, since on a tablet you just have to put your pen down to click basically. On a mouse you always have to move your finger, and the faster you do it, the more straining it is, which isn't really necessarily the case for a pen. Maybe also just because with a pen you move the whole hand, and with the mouse you just move this one finger. Maybe that's why it's straining, because maybe your hand is more used to this kind of fast movement compared to your finger. Just like Elden Ring chess piece says, very talented and gorgeous. Thank you. What really marks the drawn too good versus 3D offense, and 3D is technically too perfect? What do you mean? What you mean? Like, when is it drawn too good? When is it too perfect? Is that what you're asking? Like, oh, when is it too perfect? I think it would be too perfect when it looks like a human could never do this. So for example, you could easily, like, animate a character in 3D just rotating, right? And it would be flawless, right? But then if you were to draw that, you don't really, like, there's always slight variations in each drawing, even though maybe you need to draw an image for each degree of rotation. There's always going to be a slight jitteriness, which the PC or the computer won't have. So it's going to be perfect for the computer and slightly imperfect for the human. And I think that's kind of the main thing when I think about it right now. That is like the big difference. If it looks too good, right? Similar to the example with Promare, where the building changed perspective. Doing that with painting that with water painting, how it's traditionally done, for example, would be a tremendous effort. It would take 15 times longer. But for a PC, of course, that is pretty easy to do. I feel like that is fine. If I just connect the upper line with the lower line, I feel like that's going to be fine. Just like that, and then we don't need to do the rest of the boot. Boom. I think that's fine. Did you model moth characters? Yes, I did. Welcome, Connect Zone. Hope you have a good day. Modeled both of them. I started with base meshes that I created before. I started basically with the guts body from my Berserk animation, and then, you know, changed it. Oh no, both actually, both the guts and the Zod model. I used Zod's body for Wolverine, and then Deadpool's Guts' body for Deadpool. Just removed the mouth basically for Deadpool, and then it looked pretty good already. And then I basically removed the... I think I also changed some proportions and stuff, and then basically re-sculpted the higher resolution versions so I can make the muscles, for example, more defined and create more clearer shadows, for example, and clearer silhouettes, which of course the Guts model didn't have. It looked very, very smooth, which I think was also one of the reasons why it looked a bit more computer generated, because it didn't have like these clear edges, I guess, or these clear corners in the body that when you draw a character, for example, you can see it if I show you a very clear example of that in like in illustration. Boom. Here. This one. See how sharp some of the lines here are, or some of the silhouette is? This is kind of what in drawing, of course, you can do pretty easily because it's just two lines, right? But creating something this sharp in deformed 3D models can be quite a challenge. If you, for example, look at the illustration down here too, this one you can see it's just like two lines, right, coming together like this. Creating stuff like this, or even like for the muscle right here, creating stuff like this or this right here, this is even worse, in 3D models can be pretty hard. And so if you want to, you know, kind of make your 3D model look a bit more drawn, you can really focus on that kind of aspect of these kind of sharp corners, and it immediately looks a bit more believable, I guess you could say. Okay, a few more frames. This one. Oops. Okay, good, fixed. Went too far there. This one. And one more. Boom. Okay. Good. So that's fine. Let me just quickly remove this bit right here because it looks weird. There you go. Should not take too long. Probably also not on all frames, so it's gonna be very, very quick. There you go. What's the poly count on both characters? Good question. I guess I could check it out in a second. Let me do this real quick. Actually, I'll forget about it when I'm done with this. So let me just check now. I guess I guess you mean the poly count without subdivisions, right? Because that's probably the one that you would think of as like the base character. Of course, that doesn't capture like all the shapes and stuff, but you know, it's kind of the base that everything that is being used, for example, for the deformation. Am I? Yes, I am. Good. Where is it? It is not here. Where is it? Oh, here it is. The first one. Welcome, Erity. Hopefully that 7 is supposed to be a T. Welcome. Hope you have a good day. Okay, so Deadpool. Boom. Of course, I'm now just looking at the body, of course. I guess I could go through, like, if you just the body, I guess the shoes included, because they're kind of replacing the feet. Would be oh, hands too. Wait, where are they? Oh, right. Wait, there are no shape keys. Oh no. Wait, how? What? Oh, I used this. No, I didn't. Wait, why is it like this? That's scary. But... oh, I think I know why there are no shape keys. So this one has... where does it say that again? Here? Is it this? Yes. 8K vertices, I guess, maybe. I have no idea if that looks like 8K vertices, could be more, could be less, I have no idea. And then the Wolverine, I guess with claws and boots and these straps. Oh, he actually has feet still. I guess we don't really need them, but whatever. Boots too. There you go, roughly. Shoulder pads. Okay. 15K. So I guess you could say, like, with everything included, maybe 20K in total for both of them. I think especially for animation, it's good to have a more low-res base, and then you can go higher. Also, although, of course, what you can also do is you can create a proxy mesh that you use for the rough animation first, and then you replace it with the high resolution mesh, which also works. I think that's what is more common, because you want to have a certain, you know, fidelity in the model in the end, and to ensure that you, for example, that you can animate with full fluidity, I guess, you would want to create a low resolution proxy mesh that is kind of just as a placeholder there to to create this fluid movement, and then you add the actual model to finalize it, to create the final look. .2 opens a bit slow. Yeah, I think it's for me at least, it's slowed down more and more and more. Maybe that could also be because I've enabled more and more plugin or add-ons, but I definitely noticed that it's not as fast anymore as it was before. Maybe that could also, no, actually, so if I just open the raw blend file, for example, oh, that was pretty quick. Let's try that again. Yeah, I think a raw file opens pretty quickly. Of course, if you want to open a file, that's going to be a little slower. So maybe that's what I've kind of noticed. Just, you know, the difference between opening files immediately or opening the raw basic Blender file first and then opening a file. There's a little dot right here. I think I want to fix, because I want to stay as long as possible away from the main shadows. Let me fix the further away leg first, since that one is a bit simpler. And then do the worst at the end. Okay, good. So, yeah, let's do the other leg first. I feel like I want to start at the end and then go backwards, since here you can see most of the leg and then it becomes less and less and less. So I think it makes sense to start here and then go backwards. Okay. So, first of all, the knee. Should the knee have a shadow? I guess it could have one. Maybe something a bit more like this. And then this, maybe. Does that look good? I guess so. Doesn't really make a huge difference. I'll leave it there though. Maybe we can make it a bit smaller. Boom. You know what? I'll leave it bigger. Why not? Not gonna make a huge difference either way, so we'll leave it there. Good. Okay, now the question is, how do I make sure that it looks kind of similar in between these two frames? Oh, right, wrong direction. This feels like it looks completely different. Since maybe I could also just copy it from the previous shot and then just kind of put it in the right place. Maybe this would work here. At least for some of the frames. Like this. That looks pretty good. Okay. I think that's gonna work. For a little bit. Wait, what just happened? Oh. I know what happened. I was in between frames. There you go. And here you can see it gets smaller, so we need to adjust it a bit. Okay, good. Should work still. I guess we can move this up too. Slightly. Okay. And copy again. And it gets smaller again, but that's fine. That is the transition. Actually, does it get smaller? Maybe not. Actually, a little bit. That's good, though. There you go. Good. Since his knee is slowly but surely getting more straight, right, the shadow would become a bit smaller. So I want to create a smooth transition from non-existence or very small existence to the biggest version of it. Okay, that's fine. And instead of just trial and error, trying to create the perfect shadow line myself by drawing it, I prefer working with this and just copying it and transforming it. Like this. Okay. As long as you don't see a difference, or I guess for me, as long as I don't see a difference between one frame and the other, or like a big jump, it looks fine. Maybe you would see it more obviously when it's faster, but I guess that's something we can figure out later. Having a good day indeed. It's raining, smells nice. Nice. I actually do like the smell of after the rain too, or maybe even during the rain. Smells nice and fresh. Like a good fresh breeze. Not too cold, just refreshing. Oftentimes I always feel like these smells that you can buy are very like they do too much. They don't really feel, they smell like fresh chemically, but not really like actually fresh. They just feel like they clean your nose, but they don't feel like it just goes through, like, you know, it doesn't feel like it smoothly moves through your nose. I don't know if that makes any sense, but yeah. Okay. I don't know if this is gonna work for the rest of these frames, but we'll see, I guess. Okay. Oh, I feel like I would just want to remove the shadow at this point. Might be too much now. It also just it separates itself from the actual silhouette. So maybe I'll fix it. Yeah, let's slowly remove the shadow rather than just trying to make it still work. Are you gonna add smears for this one? Probably not, since it's just you know, it's quite a slow animation, I guess. But I've added smears yesterday to the previous shot, so, you know, if it makes sense, then yeah, definitely. Okay, I think what I want to do, I want to find the point where the shadow doesn't make sense anymore, and then start deleting it from there. So here, maybe we can start here. Make it kind of like this, maybe. Okay. Remove the rest, and then try to get to this. Something like this, I guess. Still adjust it. Boom. Okay. So see, we can now create like a transition to what we had before and what we want to get to. Pretty fast, actually. Might be too fast, we'll see. Once again, it's the gorilla. The invisible gorilla example here. This small shadow is probably not going to be very significant, so nobody will notice if it looks a bit weird. But I think this transition is fine. Yeah, okay, and then at this point we can just remove it, because we don't need it anymore. Sense shading working fine in Blender 4. Yeah, nothing, no problems I've noticed so far. I've used Blender 4.1 for a long time, but then for this project I actually switched to 4.2 because the shading, when I compared the two, looked just a bit better. Nothing too crazy, just a, you know, slight difference. So if you're wondering, yeah, basically it still looks good. The biggest difference, of course, in 4.2 was that they've added EV Next, right? 4.1 didn't have that yet. So the lighting engine is different. If you want to use, like, create cell shading. That's what kind of gave me doubts whether the old version or the new version is better. But, you know, after some small experiments, I guess, I came to the conclusion that it is actually slightly better. The way that it worked before was basically that all the light sources in the well, two big differences actually. The first one is that only the light sources that are visible are being counted as light sources in the scene. So for example, if you have a light source, that is also oftentimes the case for games. If you have something in your shot that is maybe behind the camera, but it's still supposed to create a light in the camera. I think if it's a reflection, for example, I guess if it's a reflection, it's different. Yeah, if it's not visible for the camera, it wouldn't create a light source. It wouldn't be counted as a light source. And then if you have used the 4.2 version, that is actually not the case. I think it takes kind of all sources in the scene rather than what is only visible. That might only be for the ray tracing mode, but that is one difference that I think read somewhere. It's not screen space illumination, where it only takes the screen space, so what the camera can see, or what the viewport can see, I guess. But global illumination, so everything in the world globally. And then also another one is that emissive objects, other than like actual light or like lamp objects, light objects, also now affect other objects. So before you would have, you know, if you would have a scene, you would basically create a cube, for example, like just an unlit room. And then if you put a cube in there that has an emission shader, for example, it wouldn't actually light up the room. It would just get brighter in itself, which of course isn't really, you know, right. It would also light up the walls and stuff around it. Now that is actually the case. Which is of course also a big positive thing, I guess. Now we can actually work with something other than lamps. I think before, something that oftentimes also happens in games is that they need to basically place lamps where there are emissive objects to imitate as if they would create the light, even though they actually don't. Yeah, you would have done that. You would have needed to have done that in the old EV version, but now in the new one, you don't have to do that anymore, which is also, of course, a big positive factor. Okay, so this one is going to be annoying, since we're going to have like a sharp point right here, which is going to be maybe a bit wobbly. We'll see. Does that look good? I think it's fine. Maybe it could be a bit rounder. Maybe more like this. Round is always harder to do than straight. But I'll take on the challenge if it looks better. Like this. I guess it doesn't really make a huge difference. Maybe it could even be the other way around. Using this. Boom. I feel like that's better. Although, maybe keeping the corner there is actually good. Actually, it doesn't make a big difference. I'll leave it like this probably, and then actually extend it even more to like over here. There you go. I feel like that's a good way to do it here, and then extend it even more over here. Like this. Does that look good? I think it's fine. Good enough. Okay. I would like to attach and remove these shoes with the rig of the character and animate them. I don't want to make separate animation with different shoes. Okay. Cool. Oh, you mean like, yeah. Like, yes, interchangeable shoes? I kind of have done that for Wolverine's teeth, since he's the only one with actual teeth. I've created 3 versions of his teeth. one that is very, very, very simple, one that is very, very, very detailed, and one that is kind of in between that. And then I can switch between them with a simple geometry node system. The biggest, the most important part about it is that the teeth, of course, all have like the base parameters, like the pivot point needs to be in the same position, and then also the what's the other thing? They of course need to have roughly the same size. That looks weird, does it? Maybe. Yeah, it's a bit too far. Maybe I should use the cool grease pencil palette add-on that I've gotten for my Berserk video, because it's a really, really cool add-on that I feel like should be default for the grease pencil. Let me maybe I can set it up in a second. I guess I could set it up for the next shot, but at that point, I guess I have already forgotten about it. So one meme where it says Blender spent 5 minutes to create stuff and spent 3 to 4 hours to render, versus Unreal Engine spent 3 hours to make stuff and 3-4 minutes to render, something like that. I mean, I don't know if these two are too comparable. Both can render stuff, right? But they're kind of used for different stuff. It's not like you're creating like not like you're texture painting in Unreal, or you're doing any stuff like that, right? It's kind of more like a step-by-step stuff. So, you know, if you're creating stuff for games, for example, or if you like how Unreal render stuff, you would want to use the 3D program first to create the stuff that you then combine in Unreal, rather than doing everything in Unreal and then rendering. So I would say it's like it's kind of similar to comparing cutting. Oh, that's kind of a weird comparison. Let's see. It's kind of like saying you're comparing like a knife, or you cut fruits, right, into smaller pieces, and then to the mixer that you then put all the smaller cut pieces in to create a smoothie. Both are kind of meant for a different thing, and are kind of part of the same workflow, or like, you know, there are different steps in the same workflow. So comparing, like, you know, what they do is a bit harder to do, since they're optimized for different things. Of course, it's probably also just a meme, so it's not really actually serious. But also, memes are only really funny if they speak about something real. So we could still criticize it for not being real. Okay, so how do we need to do this? Maybe like this. Looking pretty decent, maybe. Okay, looks pretty good. I like it. Next one. Oh, what? What is this? Why? Oh, I know why it is there. Okay, there you go. Looks pretty good. How do I do that? Like they do in video games where you create your character, like in Saints Row GTA. You mean like exchangeable clothes? You would want to create basically a socket. It's kind of like, you know, like the from, what's his name again? Mr. Potato Man or whatever from Toy Story, where he can change his eyes and nose and stuff. You basically want to create sockets that have a bone, right? Or like an empty bone basically, that you can then put any model onto. So you would want to create like a foot bone, of course, for shoes. And then you would need to basically model shoes so they fit onto that bone and look, you know, correct. And then once you have a model shoe, you can then use that shoe as a base for other shoes and create shoes kind of in the same design or in the same layout, right? Same position and stuff and same pivot point and stuff. So that when you basically place the second shoe in the same position as the first one, they can basically perfectly replace each other and look good. That could require doing, for example, for pants, could require like having the exact same weight pinning too. But that is kind of the main principle. Creating like an empty socket that you can fill with any models that, you know, are kind of part of the collection of things that you can put on there. For a hat, for example, I would probably be the easiest one. You would basically just create a hat, right? Put the make sure that the pivot point of all the hats are in the same position, so that once you then put them onto the character, you basically just parent them to the head bone, main head bone, and then, you know, they just move with that bone and all sit on the head on the same position, in the same position. Mr. Potato Head, there you go. Do you use drivers or action constraints? Yes, I use Rigify first of all in my rigs, right, for these characters. So that reuses constraints a lot, of course. And then I also use drivers because I have a controller object, which basically controls some of the deeper settings in these rigs, like them holding like a sword, for example, or like Deadpool holding a sword, holding his guns and stuff. He isn't supposed to hold them all the time, right? So you need a switch for him to either hold them or not hold them. And all that is controlled by a controller object where I basically created custom properties, which then control those constraints, so that I don't always have to go into the settings to find and, you know, enable or disable it. I just go into the controller and then do it from there, and all the settings are all in one place. Same with multi-resolution, for example, is also on that controller, so I can have the most important settings all on that one thing. Oops, wrong direction again. Is there any video you uploaded of Unreal Engine related in the channel? Yes, I've made one where I like creating my first Unreal Engine project, and then another one where I create the Breath of the Wild. No, what's the second one? Tears of the Kingdom. Trying to create a more realistic version of that. 2 videos about that. I don't know if there's another one, maybe. Well, those are the 2 that I remember. Boom. Oops. Okay, and then up here. Like this, hopefully. Yeah, looks okay. And then this one to tie it all together. Oh, it actually connects to the shadow, which is pretty nice. So I don't have to actually have to adjust the shadow at all. Even better, saving some time there. Welcome dog aqua fishy. Hope you have a good day. Can't imagine having to draw shading every single frame. Well, you wouldn't like to be an animator then. A traditional animator. Some people really like the tedious stuff, right? I don't necessarily. But of course for this, for the greater good of the project, I will do it. If I could avoid it, same with retopology, I would. But sometimes that is unfortunately not possible. But, you know, some people really like doing the same thing over and over and over again. Sounds maybe a bit degrading, but that's not really meant that way. Some people like hopping from one thing to another. So both have their own, you know, mentalities, I guess. Just the shoes, like boots, high heels, etc. Is that a question? Yeah, it's basically, yeah, creating. Once you have like the socket, you basically just kind of create models that kind of fit onto that socket and look good. And the more you do it, of course, the more you can add, like, oh, for example, the easiest thing, of course, for shoes would be creating like sandals, for example, since they just kind of fit underneath the foot. There's no like big deformation except maybe for the toes. When you go a bit more complex, you would also include like these boots, for example, include like the ankle, what do you call it, deformation. And the biggest problem is when you use, when you do different heights for shoes, you probably also want to have different versions of the legs, since what you don't want to have is, you know, clipping between the actual body part and the clothing around the body part. So for pants, for example, that can happen pretty quickly. What you want to do is basically just, if the character is wearing pants, you just remove the legs underneath, for example, just to avoid clipping, for example, and you don't have to worry about that aspect. And if you, for example, have different kind of types of shoes for your character, you know, sandals, for example, high like boots, and then normal like sneakers, for example, they would probably all have a different height where they end on the body. So you would also want to have 3 different versions of the legs, or at least like a mask if you're still working, if you keep working in Blender instead of like a game engine, for example, that cuts off at those different heights. Yeah, to avoid any clipping. I'll do the top one now first, since it's not connected to the bottom anymore. Ta-da! Oh, I went too quickly. Wow. Now I remember. Yeah. Viewing your content long back but wasn't aware. Just checked it and it showed watched already. Okay, almost done. The leg is almost done. And then the last thing. Wow. And then it is fully done. Okay, that's fine. Nope, I will remove this little thing. Why not? There you go. Good. So, last thing missing. Leg. Actually, I could do this one, I guess, first, since it's also part of that leg. And then we go up higher and higher until we have done all the rest of the front of his body. So, this should probably look a bit more like this. I hate that the claws are here, because they make it a bit harder to, you know, to draw these shadows, but it is what it is. There you go. Yeah, that's fine. Looking decent. Oops, wrong direction once again. I wanted to compare it. Okay. Bit further back, maybe. Okay, that's better. There you go. That should be a better, you know, connection here. They don't look too different. Yeah, that's good. Good. Character uses the same rig when they change clothes while having multiple animations. It's surprising that nobody has made a video on it. I'm using AutoRig Pro. Yeah, well, there's a video about it. Let me show you if I can. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's GDC. One that I remember. Customizable characters for Bungie's Destiny. So here, for example, here we go. So here they talk about, you know, Destiny. In the game Destiny, you have it's basically a looter shooter, right? So you basically, you know, do missions or whatever you want to do, and you get more and more different objects like armor pieces or weapons that you can then exchange. And every time, right, the animations don't change. Only the thing that you're holding changes. Except if you have like special weapons where the animation changes, so that's an exception, right? Especially the armor, right? You don't run different because you're wearing different armor. And in this talk, they kind of explain how they've built the characters to basically be very modular, so that you can exchange, you know, the different armor pieces, and it's all still working, you know, well. So I think they break it down, like, you know, in these sections, and those are all kind of like the armor parts, although these ones are a bit more than you actually have. One big thing that they of course want to make sure is that the silhouette of each, since they have 3 classes, right, they want to make sure that the silhouette between these 3 is always clear. The Titan is supposed to be like this big wall, right? Hunter has a big cape. Warlock has like this overall or whatever. No, not overall. Like a trench coat. So that's kind of how the silhouettes are defined. And they want to also make sure that in their design, of course, that they kind of reflect that. And then, of course, you have these full armor sets, but you could also choose to wear the boots from this armor set, the arms from a different armor set, the helm from a different armor set. So you have to make sure that, you know, all the armor sets also work together. And so they kind of build, yeah, the system where they basically have a base armor set. I think that's what they do. And then basically like this base helmet, for example, and then they attach new different things on top of it to, you know, customize this one and make it look different. Of course, you don't have to do it that way, since this is optimized for like speed, for creating like assets, right? But you know, that's how they do it, have like these small little things that they can then combine to create unique new helmets, for example. And then, that's not really what, I feel like maybe they also show, oh, this explains like how each person that sees another person also loads, you know, the exact armor pieces that they're wearing. Doesn't really, I don't think you care about that. This one is about that they have 2 characters for each person. One that is basically visible for them, and one that is visible for other people. The one visible for them is basically the one that they see when they look down and they see their lower body, right? That's the model that you see, where the upper part of the character is actually removed and the arms are still there. So you see the arms, you see the gun, you see the legs from one model. For the other people, of course, that you know see you, that model is hidden, and the actual full model is visible for them. But maybe we can also see like the what's it called? The kind of slot system, I guess. Maybe. Let's see. Here you can see like. Can we see the switch? So here you can see, right? Everything still moves exactly the same, since the skeleton doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the clothing that they're wearing. So yeah, the skeleton, you know, it doesn't change in these scenes. The only thing that changes is the gear. I guess if you wanna, I guess you see the video name. You can just look it up for yourself and watch it if you want. This is the only one that I remember that it goes over this, or there's probably also tutorials on Unreal Engine, for example, that goes over like engine, swappable armor, like armor equipment system and stuff. That's kind of, I think, what you're trying to find. Like this. Modular characters, something like this. Yeah. Okay. So. Will it make a difference if you look it from afar? What do you mean? Oh, you mean the shadows and stuff? Or you mean what I just talked about? So I'm probably also spending way more time on this than I need to, since this will be very small in the actual frame. See, like this. But it is still important, so I want to spend a bit more time on this. We're not even an hour. Actually, we are. Never mind. We're almost an hour and a half into the stream, but that doesn't matter, okay? It's about the final look, okay? And if I think the final look needs these adjustments, then I might be wrong, but my intuition says we need them. And I can't stop my intuition. I'm bound by it. I can't stop it. I just need to adjust the details. Is that good? Maybe. It's fine. There might also be like a talk by Blizzard about how they create their World of Warcraft armor system. About that, yeah. I think there are quite a few talks. Maybe less tutorials and more like talks, I guess. Also probably less for like Blender, since Blender, like creating a character that way isn't really that common in Blender, more in video games. I feel like that's fine shading for this. Okay, good. So, on to the big one. Let's start here. And this one is also visible right from the get-go, so we can actually start right here. If only these claws wouldn't be here. I hate it. Although maybe I shouldn't stray too far away from the main shadows. Is that too much? Maybe a little bit. What if we do this? It's maybe a bit too straight, but we can still adjust it. There you go. I think that's pretty good. Looking nice. Damn it, I lost. I lifted my pen. Try that again. Ooh, that rhymed. Wow. Oops. Once again, too far, but that's fine. Can draw over it later. As long as I kind of reach the same end, reach the same shape, it's fine. It's mostly about consistency, which this looks pretty good now. Still blending, yes. What do you mean still? We've been working for 1.5 hours. What do you mean in total? I will never stop blending. You can never stop me from blending. It is all I know. If not to blend, what else is there to do? I think it's fine. I hate the claw, dude. I hate it. Oh, that's a bit different, but I think it's better this way. So let me adjust the previous ones too. Oh, it's only this one, good. I think the next one is going to be a bit more dynamic, a bit more interesting, since it's going to be more... I feel like looking now that I've looked at the Promare shot again, the trailer, I feel like I need to accept that the next shot is going to be look a bit more 3D than the other ones. I think that's fine. It's just something that is kind of, you know, when you're trying to fully reach a 2D look state, that is not something you want to accept. But I think in this case it makes sense. But, you know, I just need to get into the shot to really look at it and see if it looks bad once, or looks, you know, weird when I actually animated it or have it set to step into relation. or or animating it on 2s rather than what it is right now. Perfectly animated. I'm thinking about things that are currently not important. And that is not good. What is this? Why is the blade exactly where the shadow is supposed to be? Not good. I actually thought about this too now. Like in the beginning of this animation or this project, I animated and then refined. Now at this point I decided to do the other way around first. Well, like not the other way around, but differently. First creating the whole animation and then refining afterwards. I think it's still a good idea, but doing refinement after refinement over and over and over again can be a bit more tiring, I guess, because since it's so tedious. But you know, I think it's just a better way to work, so I won't change it back. It is just how it is, I guess. Okay. So, this might be a bit harder. Actually, no, actually not that bad. Let's see, how do we do this? I guess... Oh, do I? No. I still don't know if the oops, what's it called? The smooth brush leash, this red line, if that is intended to get longer or if that is just lag. See, if I drag this, how it just gets longer and then catches up when it goes slower. I don't know if that's supposed to be a feature or if that's supposed to be or if that's just lag because it can't keep up. I think it's a feature, but I don't exactly know. Looks a bit ominous. I don't think that's the case for Photoshop, for example. Photoshop has kind of the same setting, but I don't think they create this lag. Would you recommend Opera GX for gamers? I tried, but I uninstalled it. Currently downloaded. It's portable. Watching yours using it. I switched between multiple browsers so far. I used Chrome for a bit. I used, I think I even used, what's it? Windows Explorer? No, is that called? Yeah, I think so. Or Edge or whatever it's called. I tried that for a bit. And then at some point I tried Opera GX. I don't remember why I stuck with it. I think it is because it has, One reason for it is, which is pretty beneficial for like using Blender, for example, or like using programs that require more computing power, is you can actually force Opera to use less of your PC's resources. So you have the RAM limiter, I think, and the CPU limiter. So you can, for example, if you have like a big, I don't know, if your Blender's lagging, you can, for example, tone down your browser, and this way make sure that, you know, everything still runs well. You also, one big thing that why I started using it was because it has a built-in ad blocker, which doesn't work everywhere, but most of the time it does. And then it also just it wasn't annoying. Some other browsers have like annoying small features, but this one doesn't. Yeah, so I stuck with this one. When it comes to like for you mean gamers, I guess you also have like a little calendar at the beginning on like an empty, where's the home page? Oh, right here. When you open the browser new, it starts on the, which one is it? This page right here. The GX nope, never mind. Wait, where is it? This one. The GX corner, where it shows you like upcoming games or browser games, I guess. Most of this is pretty useless. I don't really use any of this, except maybe for this up here. It's kind of interesting to see what's coming out, you know, soon. But yeah, I don't really use like the gaming features that are kind of there. I just kind of use the sort of main features, like you know, the ad block, for example, and stuff. But yeah, it's not too bad. Something that I wish that they would add to this browser too is what they've added to the actual like Opera browser, the non-gamer browser, I guess, from Opera, which is the tab islands, where you can basically summarize or put together like multiple tabs in one like big like tab group, and then you can minimize that so your tabs are a bit more organized. But yeah, that's like the only thing that I'm missing that I would like to have in there too. But otherwise, it's pretty good. Oh, one big thing that it also is good with this one is that it can still install Google Chrome add-ons. So, you know, when I switched, I think from Google Chrome over to this one, it, you know, it was a bit easier, since I guess I'll just use all the same add-on stuffs, like all the extensions. Edge browser is good, okay. Use it daily, but you know Microsoft. It does have ad blocking, okay. Oh right, the GX also has a VPN, but I don't really use it. Welcome, Jeff. Hope you have a good day. Yeah, Opera is a bit more customizable, I guess, in terms of like the theme and stuff, which I think other browsers don't have as much. There's also like a force black or like dark mode feature, which I don't really use since it looks weird on, you know, sites that don't natively have dark mode. But you know, if you always want to have a dark mode, then you can get that there too. I don't really do it though, since usually it just gives the text, for example, like a white color, and then the background is like a plain black color. And usually there's a bit more to a good dark mode, right? So it looks a bit weird. Like the page hasn't been formatted or like designed well. Arc browser, never heard of that one. Okay. Interesting. What are you working on right now? It is a project where I wanted to create an anime, like basically a Deadpool animation in the style of anime. You know, you have like, you know, oftentimes Western superhero stuff only really gets like Western animation. But especially for like Deadpool, he's like such a eccentric and like over-the-top character. Like using the over-the-topness and the eccentricness, I guess, of anime to enhance, for example, like a fight scene between like Western characters, like Western superheroes. You know, sounded like a good idea. So yeah, here we are. That's why I'm creating it. This is basically a combination of 3D animation and 2D animation. So first I created, you know, the characters, 3D characters. Then I animated them in 3D. And now I'm basically painting over it to kind of fix some of the shading issues that don't look as hand painted as, you know, the anime style usually looks. Yeah, to fix those kind of things, I give the sort of manual touch by painting over the original shadows with like a layer of, you know, hand drawn, I guess, to fix some of the biggest issues and make it look, you know, even more hand drawn. Should be fine, hopefully. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Our browser, they used Swift for Windows to develop. Okay. Brave browser, never heard of it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I heard a few times that Firefox is supposed to be like the most reliable one, or the most safe one, at least, the safest one. So I considered using that one at some point. I haven't I don't really feel a need to switch at this point. But if I do, the next one is probably going to be Firefox. I think that's the only one that I haven't really tried yet. But I feel like at this point, you know, the switching browsers isn't that hard anymore, since, you know, I feel like a lot of work for all of them has gone into just making sure that when you switch browser, that is like a super seamless transition and you don't have to like copy each bookmark individually and stuff. I think they optimize that now a bit more to make it as easy as possible. So if I ever switch, I feel like it's not going to be that hard anyway. But, you know, I also don't feel like I need to switch right now, so I don't I don't need to test it if that's the case. All I need really is bookmarks, tabs, and that's basically it. And that's basically in every browser. So if I already have one that does that, why would I switch? Okay, there you go. That should be good. Okay. This one, no, it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Next one, this one. So here's the big one, okay? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to split this up into these individual sections. So working on the chest right here, for example, first, then working on this bit right here. This is this. I feel like that's going to be the easiest way to do this. Have you seen the new Deadpool and Wolverine movie? Nope, I haven't yet. Maybe at some point. Usually I'm too busy creating projects around popular movies, for example, to actually watch them. And then once I'm done with the project, I already forgot about the movie. What anime do you watch? I don't really watch anything. I usually just play games or work in Blender. For me, it always felt like playing games is like watching a TV show, but you're actually like interacting, or like you're part of the TV show. So that's why I always preferred games over, you know, shows. Of course, some people watch it, for example, just because they want to relax and they actually don't want to do anything big. So games wouldn't be for them. But for me, at least, I always preferred, you know, having something to do, I guess. Okay, I want to do this line first for all the frames, and then we can do the rest. You know what I just remembered? I should probably save. Might be a good idea. There you go. You know what I'm still thinking about? A project for when GTA 6 releases. I don't really have one yet, but you know, it's kind of the most obvious thing to make a video about. So I'm kind of thinking what I want to do. What I usually do is I create like, I set like one day or a few hours to really hone in and to only really think about like ideas about a certain topic, for example, and try to come up with something that could work. And that works pretty well for me. I just haven't done that yet for GTA since it's quite far away still. So I guess right now I don't really have to worry about that yet. But I guess that just I just remembered that coming out, you know, fairly soon. I think like second half of the next year, I think it was said to be announced. Why is there a missing line here? Which one do you like better, Deadpool or Wolverine? Easily Deadpool. Wolverine seems kind of boring. He's just I don't know, like his claws are kind of weird. Like if you think about how he needs to fight with them, it looks awkward. And then if he his power is very similar to Deadpool, but Deadpool has cooler weapons. Maybe I just haven't seen enough of him to really understand his character fully, but so far at least, I prefer Deadpool. I also like the silliness. That's also why I liked One Punch Man, the anime, since it doesn't really take itself too serious. That's actually the only manga that I actually read. I read the One Punch Man manga. The only one that I ever read, like actually read. I've also read some of the Berserk anime, but not for entertainment, I guess, but for, you know, research for my Berserk project. The One Punch Man I actually read because I wanted to know how it continues, I guess. Yeah, I feel like the one thing that I wonder is with GTA, if they're also, I feel like they have to, but the weird thing is like they have with GTA 5, of course, they've introduced GTA Online with, you know, being able to play on the same map online and then, you know, doing like heists and stuff with your mates or with whoever. But the thing is, they called it GTA Online. So do they just release GTA? I guess they could make a GTA 6 Online. I guess that could work, but GTA Online 2 would be kind of weird. Why did they call it GTA Online for part 5 and not just GTA 5 Online? Kind of weird, but you know. So I wonder if first of all, if they're gonna do that. I feel like it's just too much of a money waste not to do it. I think that's one of like the main things that they actually get their money from, like people buying in-game cash. And then yeah, it's such a huge game that like just not having any like opportunities for people to buy, you know, something after the actual game would be kind of a waste, I guess. For them, right? So I feel like they have to make an online mode. It would also kind of be sad if there wasn't one, because it actually is pretty fun with the whole new map now too and stuff. Maybe this time also not using peer-to-peer servers, but actual proper servers would be a good change, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Because that's kind of what keeps people, you know, even more people buying the game. Like, you might buy it once to have it on PlayStation 4 or 5 to play the single player, right? But then if the online still exists after like 3 or 5 years, you might have your new PlayStation and realize, like, oh, I might want to play GTA Online, you know, more again or whatever. And then you buy it again, since there's actually new content there too. So if you want to get more GTA content, you might want to rebuy the game just because there's now a new console that you want to play it on. If GTA only really exists, you know, as a single player game, you don't really need a new console. You can just boot up the old one. Or I guess what they usually have done with GTA 5 is just, you know, offer, or like what they've done is, you know, make like graphical updates, of course. So that's one reason maybe that people might want to buy the new version 2. But it's not, you know, I think also having like this online mode, which is basically just extra content, right, would also be a big draw for people to buy it multiple times, or just, you know, yeah, just in general to spend more money on it. Welcome, Dylan Draws. Hope you, Dylan, I don't know why I said the full name. Hope you have a good day. Hope you're drawing enough. Yeah, I had an idea before, like there's this new, not necessarily trend, but I've seen a few videos of people creating like PS1 graphics, and that doing quite well on YouTube. So that could be an idea. What also works oftentimes quite well for ideas, or like for video concept, is like extreme opposites. So, you know, GTA is like one of those extremely high fidelity games, like, you know, expected to be like one of the best looking games you know, ever, and doing the recreating it but in the exact opposite way would be kind of funny. That could be an idea, but I haven't really looked into whether the, like, you know, PlayStation 1 graphics thing is enough of an interest for people or not. Also, of course, now it is interesting for people, but that doesn't mean that it's interesting still in, you know, in like in half a year or a full year even. So now thinking about it already is kind of too early, but, you know, some concepts are also just timeless. So I think, you know, if I were to redo, for example, my creating a Godzilla animation in 1 versus 100 hours, I could probably do that in whenever the next one comes around too, if I wanted to do the same concept after like a few years, and, you know, the concept is still interesting. So some things are, you can do, you know, no matter the year, but some things, you know, some trends are only really there for a short amount of time. Deadpool has humor and is funny, but I do like Wolverine 2 small packet series. What do you mean? I do like Wolverine 2 small packet series packet. Yeah. I feel like the two are very similar in how I see them. So Deadpool just has like 1 or 2 things that are just a bit more interesting about him. The whole concept of, like, what is it, adamantium or whatever, bones, and being able to heal through almost everything is cool. But if you have 2 of those, right, and one has claws coming out of his hands, and that means that if he wants to use his claws, there's only really, like, you know, if they're coming out of his hands, he can't really use them any other way than one way, right? Like this, woo, right? He cannot bend his arms, because then the claws, since they're kind of part of his upper arm, right? He always has to keep his arm straight. There's no, like, flexibility there. It feels a bit awkward. But yeah, here's maybe other stuff that is cool about him. And you can make you can do cool stuff with them. It's just, you know, if you have 2 that are quite similar, I prefer the other one. Have you played Red Dead Redemption. I haven't yet, but I have it on my list of backlog games that I might play at some point. I just reinstalled because I haven't really fully played it yet. Doom Eternal. I know there's a new one coming out, but I played the first one, like the which one? Doom 2018 or so. I played that one, but I haven't played the Eternal like actually fully. So I wanted to replay that one and experience it, and then maybe switch to a different game. Maybe Red Dead. We'll see. Okay. So, do I wanna... I feel like I want to create one template shading here and then slowly but surely work that forward. I feel like that's going to be the best way to do this. And then once that is done, this shot is done. Nice. Good luck on your anime. Thank you. Have a good one. Let's go. So, the first thing that I want to do is fill this. Okay. Actually, I guess I can fix the offset here too. Just a little bit. I think it's slightly visible in the camera view. And then the shadow here should extend a bit more. Maybe it could be like this. Going down. And just extend a bit further, maybe to here. There you go, like this. There you go. I feel like that's better. Maybe actually a bit further. Like this. Yeah, that's good. Make it a bit rounder. I think that's better. And then maybe we can even go a bit further in here. Like this. Good. Okay. So, the other one, it's kind of the same. I think what I want to do with this one, let's see. First of all, this, I think I want to extend this actually all the way to here, to the line. Let me do the bottom first. And then go up here. Maybe like this. Yeah. And then here, oh, I want to kind of remove this little extra bit right here. The hair at the top. Get rid of this. Okay. Once again, I still wish that there would be a way to just draw shadows and lights with one color, and then, you know, the colors change automatically. But I don't think there's a way to do that, unfortunately. Like drawing with black and then it turns into the dark yellow or dark blue color. That would make this so much easier, but I don't think there's a way to do that, unfortunately. I don't think... Do you have mix modes for grease pencil? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so, unfortunately. Because that would make it a whole lot easier, but I guess that is not the case. Okay. This one, I think I want to do a bit differently. No. Oh, yes. Just kind of like this. I think that's enough. Let me fill this first. Actually, we can do it immediately. There you go. And then using the yellow highlight to fill the rest. Something I also thought about is actually, instead of keeping the shadows in these shots that are further away, just removing them all together. But I feel like in this one he is close enough so that shadows still make sense. If they're too far away, I think it does actually make sense to completely remove the shadows. But unfortunately in this case, we can't just do that. Unfortunately. Because that would save a lot of time, but it unfortunately wouldn't look as good, I think. Would look a bit out of place. Or I guess like forgotten. I think that's what I want to go with here. Fairly simple, but of course the only annoying part is always having to switch between the different colors. If this was all one color, of course it would be way easier. Something that I actually thought about, which I think I actually want to do, is just draw over the yellow parts and then fill the yellow parts again once I get to that point. Let me show you what I mean. Let me first sit down again, because I was standing the whole time. Okay, so this is kind of the base. So what I want to do now is kind of first of all copy this over, but make it a bit easier. Rather than having to work around these shapes, I'll just draw over them. And then fill them with yellow again once I'm done. Welcome, Dark. Hope you have a good day. There you go. Since these are all gonna, since the yellow ones here, first of all, they're offset. And since they are in full shadow anyway, I can just draw over them and then draw over them again to replace it with this yellow afterwards. This way I don't have to always switch between blue and yellow. Back and forth, back and forth. I can create one first and then the other. That makes it, at least for me, workflow-wise, a bit easier. How's the animation so far? coming together slowly but surely. The refining, you know, is what we do right now. Fixing the shadows and like smaller other things, adding some detail and stuff so that the models don't look as simple anymore. Look a bit more refined and overall, you know, look yeah, basically you look more anime. This process can be a bit long, but it's also one of the most important aspects because it can make a huge difference on the look of the whole thing. So spending a bit more time on this is actually not bad. If you want to spend longer on something, it would be this. But I still hope that we can finish this whole thing at the end of the week. Do these 3D models look 2D because of some lines? First of all, the base of this that makes them look 2D is the shading, right? So on this side you can see there's no lines. So the base, right, is just the shading. And in combination with how the model looks, right, the shape of the model creates more cleaner lines, like here, for example, or like especially in the face, you can see they're quite clean. And then, you know, you add lines on top because, you know, anime has lines, separating the different colors and hues and lightness, you know, brightness parts of the body, and to refine some structures, right, which also adds to the 2D effect. And then of course also the lighting, that's what we do right now. Fixing the lighting or making it look a bit more refined can also help make this look more 2D. So it's kind of a mix between 2D and 3D elements. Oh, I actually forgot a shadow there. The thing that probably slows me down the most right now is just how long it loads until the next frame has loaded, just because of how high resolution the model has to be at this point. If I could work with a low resolution model, it would be much smoother and much faster, but unfortunately I can't. So I'm just sitting here waiting for like a solid second just for the next frame to load. But I guess it is what it is. Is drawing manually the only way? You can also try to optimize sort of like the shadows by adjusting the object's normals. So basically the way that the render engine, you know, that calculates the shadows, reads the shape of the model to make it look a bit more, you know, to smooth it out, for example. Even though the silhouette might not be smooth, you can still make it appear smooth in the shadows by, you know, adjusting the normals, for example. But that also won't give you like a perfect result. So what I prefer to do is just draw over it. Since, you know, if you're manually drawing over it, then this look of manual painting is kind of a given, right? Since you manually, you know, draw over it. But of course you have the benefit of, first of all, having the 3D base. So saving some time in the animation, for example. Also in, you know, getting the proportions or the perspective right. If I were to, you know, draw this, I would probably fail because I'm not that good at drawing. So doing it this way makes it a bit easier. There of course also kind of different styles of 3D anime, but kind of doing it this way to achieve like this original, what you think about when you think about anime, right? That look. This way I found is the best one that, or this one is the best one that I've found so far. I wish there was a way without manually painting, but I don't think there is, unfortunately. Loved your berserk animation, thank you. I appreciate it. Glad you liked it. You know what? When I first bought this headset, it's a like a wireless headset with, you know, 2 batteries. So one is empty. You have like the docking station where the other one is in. So that you always have one basically that you can swap between that is full. And at some point, it actually put the effort in to actually notify me when it's almost empty. At this point, it just turns off. I don't know why it just stopped, but it did. And I'm not happy about it. Oh, because it's just off. And then, like, yeah. Why don't you just tell me when you're almost dying? At least give me some headway. Nope. Immediately dead. And then you're just sitting there in silence. I have a feeling that this is going to be taking up most of the time today, but we'll see. I don't want to make any assumptions. I would like to finish probably at least 2 shots per day. I think I can do that. It would be better if it's more than 2, but yeah, I think that's a good goal to strive for. The one thing that we haven't done at all yet is create impact frames. But that, of course, won't take as long since it's just 1 frame rather than like a whole animation. So we can do that, you know, a bit later. And it shouldn't take super long. old are you? I'm 25. Halfway to 30, I guess. I don't know why, but 30 has always been like this moment that I always sort of have as like this capstone moment, or plan towards as like this capstone moment where everything should kind of be sort of in place in your life, right? You should have a clean, like everything you kind of think of when you think about like your parents, right? You would kind of have all of that, the base of that set up when you're 30. So I guess I'm halfway there now. But it's not really like, if you think about like how you plan your life, you know, you don't want to, I guess, like plan or like, you know, postpone, for example, something just because you want to get it at 30. Well, I guess that's not really what people do. If they can get something earlier, they do that, right? So it's like, oh, I need to get it when I'm 30. That was kind of weird, but maybe they also kind of in the opposite way, they stress maybe something a bit too much about not having something that they wanted to have at that point. Sometimes some things just take longer than you expected. I'm 20 and I feel old. Well, I guess you'll feel older if you speak with the younger people. Something weird that I always feel like is whenever I see someone that I think is roughly around my age, it feels like they're older than me, or like as old as I am. But then I look at then I actually hear how old they are. And they could be like 3 to 5 years younger. And it doesn't necessarily feel like they are that much younger. I feel like in the beginning, when you're like in 20 to 30, you don't necessarily see like a big visual difference in how people look, but you see like a big mental difference in how people think, right? And then as you get older, people think more similarly and look more differently depending on how old they get. So there's like this funny little opposite, I guess, going on. First you think older and then you look older. I played, we had like this neighbor barbecue recently, I think 2 weeks ago, where, you know, all the, because I live in a, like it's like a house for multiple families. And we, you know, there was just like a barbecue where everybody could join and, you know, cook and whatever, and bring some salads or whatever, and just, you know, chat. And one of them, or like my neighbors right next to us, right? They have a son that is, I think, around 15, I would say, 13 to 15. And talking to him kind of showed me that I'm getting older. With like, you know, I played Fortnite at some point, probably like 5 years ago at this point, when it first came out, right? And then a bit later than that, maybe like for a year or two, and then I stopped playing. But of course, the kids now still play it, or like, you know, they start now, so they have all this new knowledge about the game that I don't have. So I'm like, oh, does this still exist? Nope. Does this still exist? Nope. And then they're telling me what is actually going on and stuff, and I'm like, oh, interesting. That kind of makes me feel like, you know, feel older. Just like trying to find something that you can still relate to with like a, you know, younger person. I feel like that's gonna be more and more frequent as you get older. That, you know, your kids, the experience of kids is gonna be much, you know, more and more different to what you experience, of course, once, you know, the older you get. So finding something that you can relate to gets harder and harder. So right now I can still, you know, somewhat keep up, but at some point the only thing I can do is brag with the old skins that I still have on my account. But not with the knowledge about the actual game. Except maybe if a game that doesn't really change much stays modern, I guess. Like, you know, kids still play it. Like Minecraft, for example, although that has also changed a lot. One that hasn't changed that much is Rocket League. At least he still plays that a bit. And I've played that a lot too. A few years ago. So that's something that I can still relate to and talk about with them. But, you know, at some point I feel like that game is also going to be old. When everybody's playing in VR and with their... When all the normal glasses are being turned into VR goggles or AR goggles, right? And then you can play table tennis with your friend from, I don't know, from the different city in your living room just by having the glasses on. At that point, everything's different. Thought you were 17 or 18. Yeah, a lot of people think I'm much younger than I look. No, much older. No, a lot of people think that I'm much younger. Probably one reason for that is the lack of existing hair on my chin. The worst part is I could have a beard, right? I have, like, you know, some hair growing, you know, on the upper lip, over, you know, on the, you know, like a yeah, up here, right? I have some on my chin, but there's like this slight patch right here between chin and lower lip where there's just like this hole of nothingness. So I can actually, I could have like a similar to like Robert Downey Jr. Kind of that style. This, right? But but this part right here, okay, this part, erase this, and maybe even a little bit here in the middle, and that's what's missing for me. And if I would just have something like this without these hairs here, right, it just looks weird. So I can't even have that. That's why I probably did look younger too. Maybe also Maybe that's a good thing though, since when I get older, I still look younger, maybe. So when I'm 60, I'll still look like I'm 50, maybe. I don't know, maybe. Maybe that works that way. I don't know, maybe. Or maybe at some point the folds are too undeniable. The wrinkles are too much that I can't, you know, appear younger. I'm 19. First time my friends saw me, they told me they thought I'm 27. Well, yeah. Sometimes, you know, it's for some people it's one way, for some people it's the other way. I don't know which one's better. I feel like in the beginning you want to look older, and then when you're older you want to look younger. Although, you know, if you're kind of happy with yourself, I feel like it doesn't really matter. You just make the best of what you have. Like the you know, there's this darts player. I think he actually won the last championship. He's called Luke Littler. Okay, maybe not the best second name, or like, is it surname? Not the best name, but here's how, what's his age? Hold on. Okay, here, first of all, if you don't know him, okay, I guess maybe some of you know him. If you were to guess, okay, how old he is. Okay, how old do you think this person is? Okay, how old do you think this person is? He has won, I think, at least one championship. One of the best darts players. Yeah, and that's what he looks like. 30, 35, 29, okay. I would have said probably like 27, 28. There are no like any visible wrinkles and stuff. Nothing around the eyes, the forehead and stuff. So he is, let's see, 17 years old. Now, we actually, in our school, we also had some people that were like in 8th grade or so. How old would you be in 8th grade? Probably younger than he would be, like 16, 15. Maybe even 13. And there were like some people, like very few of course, but there were some people that had facial hair back then already. But those were like, you know, people from Turkish people, for example, like, you know, more from more southern regions of the world, right? Typically a bit more hairy. So we had like some kids that already had a beard at like 15 or so, which was kind of weird. But yeah, you would never think, you know, that they're that he's that young, because I don't know, he looks like a full-on dude, not like a kid. So people just hit puberty early and show more growth, maybe, yeah. Maybe it's that too. But a lot of people also say that you basically are fully developed at like 25. So maybe I will always have this weird non-beard and have to work around that. Or I guess not work with it at all. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, some people. But you know, I guess he, for example, looks way different than you would expect someone to look at that age. But, you know, the big thing that is still probably pretty similar is the mentality or the thought process. He's probably still, if you talk to him, he's probably still reminding you more of like a 17-year-old than a 30-year-old, for example. You know, talking about buying a house, for example, this might not be the best, you know, might not be the favorite topic of him, but rather something like, I don't know, games. The only thing I can think of right now. Although if he's like, you know, since he's playing darts all the time, he's probably also oftentimes in like bars and stuff where there are more adult people. So maybe, you know, some people grow up around more adults and they, you know, kind of adopt their behaviors, for example, more. Or if you, for example, grew up with more, you know, more younger friends, it might be a bit different. Some people, for example, think much more like an adult earlier in their life, since they, just grow up around them, right? If you know, the people that you kind of hang around with are kind of what you adopt, like how they think. For example, you oftentimes adopt how they speak, how they act, how they behave themselves. So if you grow up right around people that are older, you probably also kind of adopt their way of being. You walk, you know, when you live with only 30 to 40-year-olds, your back starts hurting. You feel like your back's hurting even though it isn't. Your joints are starting to hurt. You can't move as well anymore. You start complaining about taxes. And maybe you also start drinking a bit earlier. I have, there's sometimes like usually around like May to June, end of May, me and my dad did like this camping trip every year with like other people that my dad knows. And I sort of know now too, I guess. Where, you know, we just meet at a certain camping place, I guess. And we're just there for like a few days, right, over the weekend usually. And I don't really drink, right, but they drink a lot during that trip, right, mostly beer. And even, you know, the kids, you know, as they've gotten older over the years, I guess, that we've done this, you know, they you know, if they always see, you know, their parents, for example, drinking all day, beer, for example, at some point, you know, they want to try too, and they want to adopt what, you know, the parents or like the adults do, and want to do the same. Maybe just because, you know, they want to feel older, or also just because it seems fun. So they maybe also start drinking earlier than if they were to, for example, hang out only with like other same age people. And of course, if you drink, like if your parents allow you to drink, for example, and you know they're kind of the, you know, they're your guardian up to a certain age, they have like the say over whether you can drink or not. You can actually start drinking, at least in Germany, earlier than what is legally allowed if you were to drink without your parents, right? So usually I think you can start consuming alcohol at like 16. But if you're doing it with your parents, I think you can even do it at like 14. If they allowed, right? Under the guidance, I guess, or whatever, of your parents. It's allowed even earlier. So they, for example, start even earlier. I think they started earlier than... maybe not 14, maybe a bit older. I don't actually know. I think they're all at least 16. But I think they're older. Maybe 20. So I think it's fine. But still... Got the result of the exam unexpectedly today, they announced. Oh, beating hybrid, but all fine, nice, yeah. surprise exam results are the worst. Unnecessary stress all of a sudden. When I was 50, my facial hair only grew mostly on the left side of my face. Yeah. It can be weird how it like starts growing. Especially if it's only on one side. Usually you would think it would be kind of symmetrical, but I guess that doesn't have to be the case. Your face isn't symmetrical, right? So it doesn't have to be that way for like beards, for example. But it's interesting, yeah. Imagine like one side fully developed, the other side maybe just barely. Okay. Only a few more keyframes. How many more? Let's see. I want to actually get to the next shot. Because I'm curious how it's going to change once I add the stepped interpolation. I'm also curious how laggy it's going to be. Because there are quite a lot of effects stacked on top of each other. This scene, the next one, creating the line art for it, the automatic line art, baking it, took probably the longest out of all scenes. Easily. So I'm curious if it's still going to be laggy if I just adjust the frames. It shouldn't be too like it wasn't like when I animated it, only really when the line art was added. So it shouldn't be too laggy now either. Since the line art is already there, right? I don't want to change the line art necessarily, I just want to add stepped interpolation, I guess. Or like, what's it called? Animating on twos? There has to be that's like a weird, it's not really a noun. It's just like describing what is happening. There has to be like a name for it. Twos animation? Maybe, I don't know. Stepped interpolation also doesn't really describe what it is, right? Since it's not interpolated, you have a keyframe on each second frame. I guess maybe, what would you call it? Staggered animation. So that's also just describing what it is. So not fixing the issue, the problem. Does that look good? Let's see. Maybe a bit higher. That's fine. Good thing is this arm is actually going in front of the shadows, so we need to draw less and less. There you go. The last few frames are probably going to be easier. Okay. Only a few more left. How many more? One more after this. And then filling the little blades there, and then we're done. Finally. After how long? Almost 3 hours. Somehow I always manage to calculate it much, but I estimate much less time than it actually takes. I don't know why I have so much trouble with that. Whenever I do something, it's like, oh yeah, I could do that in this time, and then nope, double it, and then maybe you'll get there. Every time. Maybe I'm also just too stupid about how I do it, right? Last time we, I think at some point I talked about like, I want to adopt more like the mentality of trying to find the fastest way to do something, and not just stick with what I already know how to do it. So maybe there's a technique here that I could have used that would automate like everything that I do right now, or like some of it. For example, yesterday we had that case where we added details to the gun, for example, of Deadpool, to Deadpool's gun. And you could, for example, since it's not really supposed to change position on the gun, what you could have done is actually just attach, like draw the lines actually on the surface of the gun, and then attach those lines to the gun so that it just perfectly follows it. That could have been a thing we could have done, but I thought, you know, I know how to do this, you know, I can just draw it on each frame manually, and that will work. But it's by far not the fastest way to do it, and, you know, the result would have probably been the same. But, you know, it's sometimes, you know, I at least stick with what I know how to do something, rather than thinking maybe a little bit longer about what would be the best way to do something. Oftentimes, of course, you can do things in multiple ways, and the first thing you think about might not be the best way. Do you use any other programs for tools that Blender isn't good at, like ZBrush or Substance, for example? I use Marvelous Designer if I need it for cloth simulations, since Marvelous Designer is just much leagues better. So if I would do more simulations, I would definitely use like Marvelous Designer more. I think the sculpting in Blender is enough for me, so I don't need to switch to ZBrush. Maybe, you know, there's like, you know, you don't know what you don't know. So maybe if I were to test out ZBrush, maybe there were some, you know, it just feels so much better. The sculpting experience is just so much better than Blender. Then at that point I would want to change. But at this point right now, I don't feel like I need anything more for sculpting, for example. Texture painting feels a bit old at this point. It's like kind of laggy, and I wish, you know, it would get an update even just for performance. Unfortunately, that is not the case, or it doesn't seem like it's the focus right now. It's like the main focus right now, or for like the past few years, is just nodes. And maybe they want to get some like a feature done in like geometry nodes that helps with texture painting, or like they want to, you know, maybe they have like this plan, right? This long-term plan of like everything nodes. So basically that you can control everything if you want in Blender, like every system with nodes, whether that's animation or texture painting and stuff, you could, if you wanted, control and customize it with nodes. And maybe they just kind of postpone an update to texture painting, for example, because first they want to figure those systems out for geometry nodes, and then they adopt that for more elements. I don't know, but if I were to do more like sort of serious texture painting, for example, I might consider switching over to Substance Painter, since it's just a bit more robust, right? The way to work there. But also the benefit is, of course, if you're working in Blender and your scene is set up in Blender, and then you want to texture paint something, I at least find it more comfortable to stick with Blender, since you can immediately see what that object will look like in the final shot, rather than, for example, if you were to use Substance Painter, for example, you would be painting something and then you would have to re-import that thing, or re-import like the files, right? The textures or whatever, to see if it looks good in Blender. If you already do it in Blender, there's no like back and forth. It is all just in one software, and you can immediately see, you get immediate feedback over whether it looks good or not, and whether, you know, in that given scene that you're working on, whether it looks good there, for example. I think Substance Painter would make more sense if you were, for example, oops, what happened here? If you were, for example, to create like a video game character, for example, there it makes more sense, since video game characters are not meant to only work really in one scene. They're kind of meant to work in, you know, a whole variety of scenes with different lighting and different lighting conditions and different colors and stuff. So there you would kind of just create a base look, right? And then the shader would kind of define the different hues that it would take on because of the lights. But since I don't do that too much, I don't feel the need to switch. But there are definitely programs, like Blender isn't the best at maybe even anything. There are programs that are more optimized for, you know, everything that Blender does. But of course the benefit of Blender is that you just have everything in one spot. And if that's enough for you, then if the tools are enough for you and the benefit of having all in one spot is great enough, right? Greater than the, I guess, problems that the tools have in comparison to the other tools, then yeah, it doesn't really matter too much. Dude, there's a fruit fly in my room, okay? I look over and the fruit fly is not sitting on the banana that is sitting over there, right? It is sitting on the carrot. I think I found a vegan... Actually, that doesn't make sense. Why is it sitting on the carrot? Is the carrot all of it? Maybe. Is the carrot a fruit? I don't think so. So why is it sitting on it? Maybe it knows something I don't. Maybe carrots are secretly fruits. Maybe it's just the color that it prefers. Something I always wondered is, like, since fruit flies don't really live that long, right? They live like for, I don't even know how long, like a day or two, and then they're dead. How do they survive the winter? Because if they only live for a day, how do they... Maybe they lay eggs and then they... Actually, I don't know how long. Let's see how long they live. How... lifetime of fruit flies. Oh, 40 to 50 days. There you go. But still, how do they survive the winter? How do fruit flies survive Oh, interesting. They tend to live in and around garbage all year. During the winter, they simply nestle into the garbage in sheltered areas and hunker down to preserve heat. Okay, interesting. But still, if they only live for, I guess they create a nest in the garbage so that they can still create, you know, new life in that garbage, maybe. Maybe. Because otherwise they would just sit there and then die. Then all the fruit flies are gone. Weird. Okay, interesting. You go to with the sauce. Obviously. I feel like I couldn't really decide whether I am. I feel like that's something that you have to decide. I could try to be cool, but whether I am cool or not depends on what do you think? Okay. We're almost there. We've almost reached the end. The end is near. For this scene, okay? Don't get your hopes up. Not the whole project. I don't remember how long I worked on this yesterday. I think a little bit. Or like fairly long. I would like to record sort of how long I've worked on each scene. To kind of estimate how long it's going to take still, but I feel like the scenes are also kind of varying in complexity. That is not as clear to say. That's always the problem with these projects. Like, oh, I think it's going to take this long. I feel like I just have to multiply what I think the time will be by 3, and that is the actual number. But the thing is, once that is the plan for you, right? You actually try to just multiply immediately, and that kind of screws up your calculation again. So yeah, it's always it feels like an impossible task. Okay, let me fix this little spot right here, and then we're done. Because like fruit flies can multiply by the second, yeah. Yeah, it feels like sometimes, like, it also feels like they either exist or they don't, like, as if they're like video game characters, where they just spawn in if a certain condition is met, and then they just despawn when you don't have any old fruit, I mean, what's it called? Any fruits lying around. It's like, oh, let me put this fruit right here on this table, and then 15 minutes later, boop, you have 15 flies spawning. It's kind of like the Minecraft spawner. All of a sudden they just start existing. Like, where do they come from? How do they know that you just put a fruit there? Okay, good. So let's render one frame just to see if there's anything that I'm missing, but I don't think so. Look at this. Oops. Okay. Yeah, it looks pretty good. So let's render this, and then we can go to the next one. Want to see the animation? Let me render this one. Is that? Yes. And then we can look at the scenes we've refined so far. It'll take a bit, I guess. Let me move it over so you can see the progress. There you go. So here's something that I have planned, okay? I feel like I want to do this project again, kind of a project like this. But not for Deadpool, but for there's a new Venom movie coming out in October. Oh, damn it. Wait a second. There's also Arcane Season 2 coming out in November 1st. No, that's when... Wait, what? Wait, when does the Venom movie come out? October, yeah. When I think Arcane, there's no specific date, right? I just put it on the 1st of November to check again. Arcane 2 release date. November 2024. Yeah, it's probably not going to release on the 1st. Sonic 3 comes out. Yeah. Yeah, so the next thing coming out basically is Venom, like the next big thing. So maybe I want to do a project like this again for Venom. The thing is, it has like, that means I have like this weird awkward. Actually, do I? Actually, no, I don't. Whatever. I don't want to. I announce my plans too early usually, so I will just not say anything, okay? So you don't expect anything. And also I don't expect anything. A lot can change. Also funny, yesterday I printed a door stopper, with my 3D printer. Looks like this, right? Look at this, okay? That's the color, okay? And I just noticed, ta-da, it has the almost exact same color as the carrot. Look at this. If I do this, it just looks like the carrot is just wider. Now if I do this, no, I guess now it's noticeable, but if you just hold it flat, it looks like it's the same part. Hold on, let me do this. Hold on. It's hard to do. There you go. Let me elongate my carrot. Ooh. Oh my god, I made my carrot longer. Yeah, perfect. Let's look at the animation. Well, the finished things. Make some quirky looking doorsteps. I mean, that sounds kind of like a boring... I actually thought about designing my own doorstep. You mean door stopper. But that would be like a different topic, or like a different project. Okay. Doorstep that looks like a carrot. True. I saw one that looked like a cheese, like a slice of cheese. Not like a carrot though. I haven't seen that one yet. I saw one that looks like a leaf too. Okay, so far we have finished 9 out of 32 scenes, right? Let's look through them real quick. Ta-da. So he's just standing there, right? Okay. Ta-da. Then Deadpool turning around. All of a sudden, who's there? Oh my god, it is Wolverine. It is him, okay? Scene 3. I guess just zoom in on his face, right? Kind of ominous looking. There you go. Nothing too crazy. Next shot. 4. Deadpool. Happy, right? Shot 5. Wolverine making clear that he's not here to play, right? Boom. Okay. 6. Deadpool getting excited. Okay. Next one. Scene. Oh, I didn't render this one. I read this one already how I need it for compositing, so I actually can only show you the unrefined version. I don't know why it takes so long to load. There you go, okay. And then getting ready, right? To shoot. There you go. Okay. But then Wolverine has a trick up his sleeve. He's very fast, I guess. So he prepares and then chew. So that's the one that we just finished. The next one is this one. This one is unfinished, of course, but it looks like this right now. So now what we want to do is add that extra hand-drawn spice on top. Yeah. Welcome, Langa. Hope you have a good day. Jenna Ortega's code. I heard that name before, but I don't know who that is. Okay, so good. This one's done. Let's open the next one. I actually like this effect, this after image effect right here, right? This one. It was actually inspired by One Punch Man. Let me see if I can find the shot. Is it this one? Oh, that's loud. Very loud. This one right here. Actor for Wednesday. Ah, there you go. Yeah. I remember now. Here it is. I basically kind of one-to-one copied this. There you go. So After Effect, right? He's there first, after image. All of a sudden, only silhouette, and then nothing, and then these small little wobbly lines, and then explosion afterwards, delayed explosion. Kind of a really cool effect, and I wanted to kind of test that here too, and I feel like it looks pretty good here too, for my version. Maybe this last frame could also be filled with something instead of nothing, but I feel like it's fine. Yeah, so next shot. 10. Is 10 still in here in the recent ones? Yes. Okay. So in itself, the scene is pretty simple. You know, we just have these elements down here and then they reach up, right, to create the explosions. So one thing that I don't think I have done here. No, here. Oh, I have. Okay, good. Never mind. So basically, if we just let this play right now, you can see this rises up and then there's like this plane right here. This plane with this texture that just moves from there to there. And we have this weird little thing right here that I've drawn. I think I want to just maybe draw something with grease pencil that looks a bit more detailed, maybe. Although this kind of does its job, but I think it can be a bit better. And then, you know, the same plane over here, doing the same thing again. Explosion, boom, and then we have these things. So the main thing that is the problem right now is, first of all, that it's animated on ones. So each frame is animated. Okay, you can see each frame is animated. You don't want to do that if you have these very, very complex explosions, since it just takes, you know, 4 times longer to draw this or paint this. So yeah, I want to change it a bit so that I would basically just want to remove like the in-between keyframes that I don't need. I think I want to start with the smoke here, because the smoke is kind of like a very, very crucial part in this. And I think the way I animated this, oh, I just animated manually, I guess. That's good. I can just go in here basically, and now with automatic keyframing enabled, I just go 1, 2, 3, 4, set a new keyframe. Wait, it doesn't even change. Wait, what am I animating? Oh, I'm animating that. This is all animated, okay. I guess I could just add a keyframe for everything. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 might be a bit too slow. We'll see. Maybe 3 is better here. We'll see. So I guess this can just go then. There you go. So now if I, for example, just select all of these and say interpolation constant, you can see right now it's still, you know, it's still animating in between these keyframes. But if I now say interpolation constant, that should not be the case anymore. See, it just stays still, and then it moves again, moves again, moves again. There you go. And if we do that for all of these things, it should look a bit more drawn. Only thing I could think of is one extra frame of dithering dissipation. Yeah, it's a... I'll think about the explosion in a second. I want to first nail the, like, animating on this on 2s, and then we can think about adding extra spice. So here's one thing that I'm thinking about, that maybe the steps in between those in between those frames, the jump that it does for each frame might be a bit too much. Maybe the jumps are too long. If you look at, so I have a reference scene that I'm thinking of right now. Let me show you. That could make this look a bit, that could either confirm this, you know, looking fine, or do the exact opposite, okay? Let me see. This one. Okay. So here, we actually have a scene that has smoke too. And I want to see what it looks like. Here it is. So this is animated. I think this is actually animated on 2s. Let's see. So we have the beginning, right? One frame, okay. In between 1, 2, 3. I think this is animated on 3s. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it is animated on 3s. But you can see even this one has big changes in between. Like, I'm pointing at my screen. You can see, like, it has quite a big changes between here, for example, on the edges between each frame. So I think the distance is fine. It just needs to be a bit, maybe I should animate it on 3s rather than 4s. But now let's see. So now once everything is established, right, where we have this whole volume, let's see how it is now. Hold on. So first keyframe, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, now it's switched to 4 frames. It's animated on each 4th frame rather than each 3rd frame, just to make this, you know, just a tiny bit easier to draw and just save frames that you have to draw, right? So if you play this now, you can see this is kind of the look that it creates. See how at the end kind of gets more and more, gets less and less FPS. And it gets, you know, yeah, kind of jittery. So I think it's better to set a keyframe for each 3rd frame, but the distance that it travels isn't a huge issue. Even, I think what I want to do is I want to just give everything the lower frame rate, And then if that doesn't look good, I can just reopen the file and do it differently. I don't want to oversave it, I guess. I think that's what I want to do. For your comments on the speed lines, yeah. Yeah, at the end, I thought about also adding like another frame there of lines instead of just nothingness. But you know, I feel like I want to be done with that scene, so I'll accept it how it is. Is it still interpolated? Yes, good. Okay, so now we're gonna do it on each third frame. 1, 2, 3. Keyframe, 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 keyframe. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Also in that smoke that we've seen in the example, it had 3, it was animated on 3s when it was moving faster, and then as it slowed down, it also slowed down the frame rate, I guess. In our case, I guess it's just explosions, which always move fast, I would say. So we can stick with 3s all the way through. There you go. Oh. There you go. Yeah, I feel like that's going to be better. Okay. So let's do that for all of these things now. This one should be pretty easy since it's just yeah, it's just a value change. Okay. Yeah, and once we've done this for all of these, it should immediately look a bit more hand-drawn. A bit more anime. So you can actually make an animation too smooth and lose some of that traditional drawing look. There you go. Constant. See, now we can see the comparison between what it was before and what it is after. This is the smoke that we already adjusted, but we haven't adjusted the cube yet. So the cube just gets away from the smoke, and then the smoke catches up once it reaches the right frame. That, and then that. Yeah, so yeah, once we've done it with everything, it will all move at the same time. Sometimes animators also like to give different objects different frame rates. So the smoke could be, for example, slower than rocks, for example, you know, that are part of the explosion. But I feel like they only really do that when they're not part of the same element. If it's like an explosion, for example, they would make everything the same frame rate. But if you, for example, have like falling rocks in the foreground and then like an explosion in the background, that could have a different frame rate because they're not really connected to each other in one element. They're kind of separated from each other. So oftentimes also like characters can have a higher resolution, higher frame rate in an animation, even though the background, for example, which is like, I don't know, fire or smoke, has a lower resolution. Did you all see the Sonic Movie 3 trailer? I haven't yet. Isn't that the one where Shadow is being introduced? Like the movie itself, not the trailer. Last time I think they brought in Knuckles, right? This time I think it's Shadow, maybe? Okay. Let's do this one. Why is there one here? Who cares? Oh, I know why. Okay, get rid of this one and this one. Okay, so the smoke is done. Let's do the cubes. Also, do the cubes need 2 subdivisions? I feel like they only need 1. Do they look that much better with 2? I feel like it doesn't really make a difference. Look at this. Wait, let's look at this whole thing, okay? Do the cubes look different when I switch from 1 to 2 subdivisions? Hold on. Oh, here. So this is 2. 1. I don't see a single difference. So I could basically save... I could... have a quarter of the resolution in the scene than I do have right now. If I just lower this level, viewport level of all the cubes by 1. Why don't we do that? Where am I? There it is. Oh, these ones are already 1. Good. Okay, so maybe I can just save these individual cubes. Okay. But still good. So, this one. This one, of course, is animated on location rotation scale. But it can still work. Maybe this is actually... Maybe we could actually separate the frame rate of these cubes that fly away and the... like the smoke. But I think I want to try first just giving everything the same frame rate. And then maybe switching it around. Go with the safe route first. And then maybe switch it up. There you go. Okay, so now the flying cubes are also animatized. Almost. Let's change the interpolation here. Okay. Let me hide the line art. Because the line art is still animated on ones. Wait, where's the line art? There it is. No. Ah. So. Now it's a bit harder to see, but... See the difference between animating on 3s and animating on 1s? These big cubes, right? The cubes down here and the smaller ones up here are still animated on 1s. So you can see they move each frame. But the other ones are animated each third frame. The distance they travel is the same, whether they are animated on 1s or 3s. But by only animated each third frame, technically when you're thinking about like how you would want to draw this, you would only have to draw a third of if you were to draw this on each frame. And then if we do the same here too. Okay. We apply the if we turn these also into thirds. If we third them, there you go. And then these ones too. We should have a pretty nice looking explosion. Or at least in terms of the motion. There are a few more adjustments that I want to make, but it's a good start, hopefully. I think it's gonna look good, but you know, we can only really see once everything is done. Okay. Oh, there's more. There's another player here. Okay. Okay. More? Oh, never mind. I need to switch the constant. There you go. Perfect. Look at this. Okay. So now what we can also do, since this is a... this is now perfect, you know, like thirded. We can now also adjust the line art. Since the line art also just basically is just keyframes, right? That create these outlines. We can also just remove every keyframe except each third. So all of these can go basically. And then also the line arts are also adjusted. There you go. And now it looks like this. Okay, good. I think that's a good start. I think I want to save this one actually as a version 2. Just so I still have the version 1 as a backup, just in case anything goes wrong. Yeah, there you go. Missed the stream. How much already finished? What do you mean finished? We finished the previous scene, and now this one is on the chopping block. I guess this one's also easy to adjust. I want to just make this probably also animate this on thirds. Maybe. Do I want to do that? I feel like I don't. I feel like this looks better if it's actually... Oh, maybe this could be animated on 2s. I feel like that's good. Just the scale changes. Okay. Let's just do everything, whatever. Yeah, so this one, since it's moving a bit faster, I feel like it makes sense if this is animated on 2s. It's also, you know, a different element than the explosion, so it makes sense that this can have a different frame rate. Also, if you're curious how this works, there's basically a gradient that is basically controlled by the scale and position of this empty. So by scaling up this empty, you can see the gradient also gets bigger and creates this black void effect. Oh, and then we can do this constant. Yeah, I feel like that's better. Why is it still growing here? That doesn't make sense. Why is the gradient still growing? That's weird. Yeah, what is happening here? What is happening? Oh, there's something animated there too. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, and once everything is keyframed, I guess you could call it, it should be it should definitely look a bit more anime. and also, yeah, fit a bit better into the rest of the animation. Which, oh, this I did animate. Yeah, okay. Just scaling the empty wasn't looking right, so I had to also animate this color ramp to make it a bit, you know, darker. There you go. Constant. There you go. Good. So if you were to play this now or watch this now, just, you know, this. Oh, hello. Let's try that again. I think that's fine. It's a pretty short scene, so I don't want to spend too many resources on this. It's like it's so fast, you don't really get the chance to really analyze it. So I just really want to make the most obvious changes to get it to like 80%. I think for this scene that's gonna be enough. Other scenes, for example, like this here, this shot, for example, nope, not this one. This shot, for example, is kind of like one of those major shots, or like those cap point shots or whatever, that require a bit more detail. So I wanted to spend a bit more time on this one and get it to like 95%. But I think for this shot, it makes sense to get it to like 85%, and that should be enough. We don't need to go all the way with it. Okay, before we go to the other explosions though, I want to see if I can figure out a better looking cloud here. The way this works is basically that it's just, oops, it's just these kind of icospheres that are deformed, right? So the shapes are quite similar. I want to see if I can maybe simplify this a bit to make it look a bit more, yeah, have less of these, you know, these smaller shapes. Look a bit less jittery and a bit smoother. Oh, one thing I actually want to try, hold on. That I tried for the, I found a technique that you can use to smooth out the normals of an object, okay? So for example, Wolverine and Deadpool have a geometry node setup where the normals are actually being smooth, meaning that the shading of their bodies can be made more or less smooth to make it look a bit more hand-drawn automatically. And I want to try that here too, just see what it looks like. So let's try that. The way this works is with a blur attribute node, okay? We need another thing here. This one will be called blurred normals, okay? I think it's a vector. And then we basically use the blur attribute node, which we put in a normal attribute, put it into the value, set it to vector. And then with the iterations, we basically determine how much it's supposed to be smooth. It works similar to like a smooth, like the smooth brush and sculpting, or the smooth modifiers over here. So if you put this now into the value, it basically puts, like it saves the blurred normals as the, you know, attribute called blurred normals. And then we can move this over to the shader. And if we take this and put into this attribute node the blurred normals name, this is now outputting the result of that node thing, right? So now we just put this theoretically in here, and it should smooth out the normals a bit. Okay, you can see it looks a bit different already. If we now, for example, go back to the geometry nodes, we can increase the iterations and it all gets a bit smoother. If I set this to like 50, for example, it gets smoother, and you can see, oh wow, look at this. See how different the clouds here already look? If I do this, if I set this back to 1, it looks like this before. And then if I set it to 50, it looks like this. It loses some of that cloudiness in these lines right here. But maybe that's actually not too bad, since it's so far away as well. If I set this to like 100, you can turn this up to like crazy amounts, but at some point it looks kind of weird. So it seems like 50, at least for this one, seems to be the maximum. But I don't know if it makes a huge difference. So this is what it looked like before. And then with 1, you can see it already looks... I feel like 1 is actually already pretty good. If you look at this here, right? 1 versus 0. It already smoothes this out a bit and actually makes it look a bit better. So I actually don't want to go too far over 1 probably. since more than one doesn't make a huge difference. Maybe 2. 2 looks pretty good here. So 2 already does a pretty good job. And then maybe there's another way. There's one more way that I want to try to change this. That could maybe make, reduce the amount of extra little bits and bobs that we see here. Interesting how when 3D was new, people had to program their own tools to make it, while today everyone has easy access to all very powerful tools. Yeah, back in the day you couldn't even preview your 3D renders. You just had to hope that what you think it'll look like, it actually, looks like in the end. You had to mathematically animate something by just saying, hey, move this vertice over there, move this vertice over there, move this vertice over there, and then hope that it looks right. Rendering also, of course, took much longer. Oops. So here's the thing, okay? The way this works is that you have a few parent clouds, right? These ones. Right, they look like this. And then you also have children clouds that sit on top of the parent clouds. Which is this, right? Which creates this more cloudy look. I wonder if I can actually... Oh, actually reducing the resolution makes it smoother. Also, I wonder if I don't even need the children here. What if I just make the parents bigger? That should reduce the amount of like jitteriness or like extra little highlights. So let's see what that would look like. So what if I, for example, I think I need to go into graph editor here. Which one is it? Is that Soccer 27? So this one. If I just move this up, this is the parent size scale, like the parent scale. If I move this up, everything gets bigger. So what if I just do that? To use fewer clouds to create fewer highlights, but also I don't know, that looks weird. That looks kind of weird. Maybe not, maybe not. It was an experiment, it doesn't look that great. So I guess children are definitely the better choice. Or maybe I can do more... Hold on. What if size isn't the only thing? What if we also increase the parent amount? I guess that doesn't really make a difference whether you use children or parents. And just increase the amount. Doesn't really make a huge difference. So maybe there's another way to do this. Something you could do, theoretically, I don't know if it's gonna work. Is this realized geometry? I think so. Yeah, it is. So theoretically, you could also use a remesh modifier. I wonder what that would look like. I don't want this to crash, so let me just save this real quick. Okay, remesh. Create one single, mesh basically. Okay. Is there any shaders applied to this, or... Hello? I guess that doesn't work. But we can also do that in geometry nodes. So I wonder what that would look like. What is this? Whatever. Let's see. So if we, for example, say mesh to volume, and then volume to mesh, we get this, okay? I guess we need to set material again. And then we get this, ta-da! But, so this is now one mesh, right? It's a bit low res. So we can also, wait, is this actually helping? Yeah, a little bit, good. So we can of course also change the density or voxel amount, for example. So if we increase this, should get it more detailed, I think. Let's see, set this to 100. Does it get smaller? Yeah, so this makes it smaller. And then we get this. Something that looks maybe a bit more uniform. And then if we hide this again, it looks a bit more like this. Also, we can then also change the threshold to like 0.01, for example. Or maybe the other way around, 0.2. Oh, okay. And maybe not the best idea. I guess 0.1 already looked pretty good. And adaptivity, I think. What is this? Oh, adaptivity is something. I don't know what it does. Oh, I think it optimizes geometry. So this actually doesn't look too bad. Except maybe for these ones. I guess for these ones you would want to have different settings so that it maybe is a bit more detailed. The biggest issue maybe with this, since it's remeshing basically, is the... Yeah, you can see it's much laggier now. So it might look a bit better than not doing this. But it is extremely more laggy. So I don't know if it's worth it. Also, we can do this. What if we do this? What does that look like? Doesn't change anything. Yeah, so it's a very intense operation that is happening. So I don't know if it's worth doing that. I don't know. I don't know. How are you doing? Doing pretty good. Welcome, Piyush. Hope you have a good day. I don't know if it's worth it. It definitely makes it look a bit more uniform, but I feel like it's definitely it's not worth it. I think we can create something good here with this too. One thing that I tried or that I thought about is actually using shadows to remove some of those, you know, some of those shadows at the bottom. But the thing is, that doesn't work as well as it maybe could, or as you might think it would. Maybe there's like a proximity thing that we could use. Although that doesn't work either. There might be better settings that we could use here. Maybe we just need to play around with these settings a bit. Like the minimum child size, for example. Or the, oops, resolution level of the children. Yeah, if you were to draw this, of course, you wouldn't have like these individual little caps of highlights. You would kind of merge them together a bit more to make it look more cloudy. So I'm thinking if you can do that a bit more. Can't you have the meta balls blend together a bit more? They're not actually meta balls, they're just normal icospheres. So they don't merge, unfortunately. Also, I think using meta balls would create even more lagginess, would be my assumption. Unfortunately. Although this doesn't look too bad now. Like this. If I increase the resolution. It doesn't look too bad from afar. I also wonder what it would look like with 3 colors. Hold on. Let me see. Maybe 3 colors is the way. Just very, very slight. No, that just shows even more of the problem. Maybe 2 is better. Okay. Yeah, I think this is kind of the closest we can get. It looks pretty good here, you can see. I like the shadows there. Or like the, you know, the highlight lines. This big thing is just a bit not perfect maybe, but maybe the best it can look without any manual adjustments. Yeah, I would like to optimize, or like try to make the clouds look as good as possible in Blender before I need to do any post-processing. I just want, yeah, to see how far you can push it. But I feel like this is kind of the max of what it can reach. I'm trying to think if there's anything else, you know, that could help here. The best thing, of course, was that it, you know, merging them together helped. Can you change? No. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of the max. Well, hold on, what if we... I want to look at the shape of these. They are all very round, of course, right now. Which means that they look a bit... You know, they all have the same shadow, as you can see. Like this round cap. Maybe if we push the formation a bit more. This. Oh, that's not the right one, right? Is that the right one? Deformation strength. Never mind, that's the right one. You can see we can make it a bit cloudier. Then if we increase the resolution level even higher, it looks like this. We can also change the scale maybe. Oh no, increase the scale. No, do we? Increase or decrease? Decrease. Ah, there you go. Okay, that doesn't work. Why does it not get smaller? Do I need more resolution? Oh god, nope. Maybe it needs to be bigger, I don't think so. So we set it to 10, 20, 30, 100. Yeah, it doesn't really change much. Did I use the wrong noise node? But if you look at this now, for example, you can see it looks a bit jittery. What if we increase the... So what I wanted... hold on. Let me look at the... Which one is it? The noise cloud shape scale. Mask end. Oh, it should be in here. This should be the one. Cloud shape scale, there you go. So it uses a Voronoi texture, which is correct. And the scale is here, okay. What is this? Oh, the deformation, okay. Mask strength, what is this? Who knows? Mask start? Oh, okay. So the one thing that I'm wondering right now is why the scale is so weird. Yeah, this is what it looks, what's supposed to look like. Why does it look like this weird jitteriness? Look at this now. Oh well, yeah, it looks a bit better now. If we change the scale even more to like 20, let's check it real quick. No, to like 3. No, 3 should make it smaller. If we set it to like 1, yeah, like this. Well, it doesn't really change much. Maybe 1.5. We can make it a bit more cloudy. But the thing is, what happened? Hello? Why do you look so weird? Hold on. So, yeah, scale 2 looks like this. Scale 1 looks like this. So 1.5 looked pretty good. At least it had some more distinctions. The thing now is, what is this thing doing? So if I put this back in, look at what happens. What happens, okay? Boom. Scale. What is this? Why? Hello? Somebody there turns them into what are they called? Into the hedgehogs, the sea hedgehogs. What are they called? The sea urchins. That's what it looks like. This thing. What is this? Why? It's supposed to be a cloud and not this thing, okay? What is this? That's not a cloud, okay? That is definitely not a cloud. A cloud is this, okay? This. Okay? This. Very different to this. Okay, what is happening here? One thing that I'm thinking, no, that can't be the case. Oh, I know what it is. It looks weird because it's a different scale. The scale determines the scale that it needs. Like the size of the balls determines the scale that it needs. You can see it here, how these look fine. Right, these look fine. But this one looks weird because it works for this, but not for this. So I guess this should be removed. Okay. And then if we increase this to 23, for example, this should be the exact same again. 23. Okay. But then we can reduce this one to 2. Ah, look at this. Wow, we solved it. Yeah, nice. Okay, well, let me note that down real quick. What's the VFX thing called? Dust wave? Wait. Just noting down the fixes that I want to do to these VFX once I optimize them. So I have like a list of VFX nodes, and this is definitely one thing that I need to change in the original file where all the VFX come from. Has unnecessary add math node. Okay. Good. Sea cucumber? No, that's something else. Do you know that, is that a sea cucumber? The one where a fish just moves through it? Like lives in the sea cucumber? Hold on. Fish living in sea cucumber. Do you know this thing? There we are. This is the sea is that a sea? Yeah, it's a sea cucumber. I think the way it works is that just water flows through it and then it absorbs whatever is in the water. But it is basically just a tube, meaning that oh hell yeah, a fish can just go through it. So you can see, oh, maybe looking a bit sus. And then it's just inside the sea cucumber. And it exits on the other side. There you go. Or maybe even lives in it. Why ever you want to go in there. The things SpongeBob doesn't tell you about. Welcome, Nicholas. Welcome back. Hope you have a good day. We're talking about sea. Oh, no, that's different. It's the yeah, sea. What was it? Sea Urchin. But nice. The problem is actually fixed now. Good. So it actually looks, it should look a bit better now. It looks a bit more structured. You can see the shadows are a bit, you could say, grouped up. There's still some issues right there, but maybe the issue also stays. Maybe there are some shader settings we can change. First of all, the camera backface culling can help, but also the camera currently, I think. Oh, never mind. Okay. Usually if the clip start of the camera is set to the default, it actually creates some weird jittering in the clouds. For example, you can see it right here. This is what happens when the clip start of the camera is set too low, and then by increasing it you can fix that. I thought that could fix some of these issues, but never mind. Yeah, so you can see there are like some of these small issues like here still. I wonder why that is. Oh, it's this just basically like where these two combine, right? These icospheres. We get these glitchy parts here. maybe actually after we fix this issue, using the smooth, this thing right here is actually not the best idea. But it doesn't really make a big difference. Yeah, it doesn't really change much. I guess it still is good to have. Actually, do I? Which one looks better without? I like it more with. What happens if we increase this now? What does that? What would that look like? To like 5? Yeah, it doesn't make a huge difference. What about 20? Oh, look at this. That's not too bad. What about 50? That's not too bad. We still have this here, which I don't know how to fix, but I feel like it's fine. It'll get us to 80%, and that's all that matters. Problem is that this is still quite laggy since there's a lot of resolution here. So maybe I should reduce this until it is time to render. Subdivision level 5 is quite a lot. Maybe we don't even need that much. Oh, hello. Yeah, this is what it looks like without the blur attribute at all. And then this is what it looks like with it. You can see it cleans it up quite a lot already. It would be nice if it also would work as well in lower resolutions, but unfortunately it doesn't. I guess this also doesn't look too bad, it's just a bit choppy. Pufferfish? Wait, what? That's not a pufferfish. Pufferfish looks different. Okay. Okay, so I feel like this is kind of the maximum that we can get here out of this in terms of the looks of this cloud object. And I think for this scene it's enough. Oh, I guess let's see. Let's see what it looks like in the end with full resolution. Hello, can I select this thing, please? There you go. So what would it look like if we enable everything here now? 5. I guess 4 would also be enough. And then this. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, that actually doesn't look too bad. 4. And then maybe, what if we increase the deformation strength to like 20? Boom. Oh, wow. That actually looks good. I can't believe it. How could that ever be the case? What about, so maybe we just need to increase the resolution. If we decrease the resolution, the deformation strength needs to go higher. So 40. Oh, never mind. Maybe that's a bit too much. Maybe the sweet spot is 4 and 20. There you go. That looks pretty good, actually. There are some small glitches, but I feel like it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Good. And then we basically just have to do what we've done to this one now for the rest. And do some small line adjustments, and that's basically all I really want to do here. So this shot shouldn't take as long. The next shot is this one. This one's a fun one. Boom. Okay. So here we can do this sort of effect again where Wolverine just appears with these after images. Unfortunately, it is already 4 PM already, which means that we need to end it, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm gonna very likely finish this, okay, today. And then tomorrow we're probably gonna work on this. Although, yeah, probably. And refine this a bit. Maybe even the next shot, which is this one. Okay. And then we already have finished 12 out of 32 shots, and then there's only 20 left. But some of them are easier than others, so yeah. I remember you saying last day I'll do 3 hours. No, it's always 4 hours. Maybe I misspoke yesterday, but I usually go for 4 hours. If I feel good, I guess maybe a bit longer too. But usually at this sort of point in time, right? I don't really eat on stream, so you know, after 4 hours of working, you know, I would like to eat something, and I don't think that's enjoyable to watch, right? So yeah, usually after 4 hours I would like to stop and eat something, and then continue working afterwards. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream. If you know, want to join tomorrow, I start at the same time, which is, let me show you. Insert your time zone. I guess you could just see which time zone it is. This is when I start the stream, right? So you can see what time it is for you when I start. Yeah, so we're gonna continue working on this tomorrow. Speed through these shots to get, you know, hopefully get this done this week. If you know, have any more questions, you can join the Discord to ask questions there, or you can, I guess, wait until tomorrow. If you want to get notified when I go live, you can also join the Discord, or I guess subscribe. I guess that should work too. Otherwise, if you want to see anything else from me, you can check out my videos, I guess, or there's some more stuff in the description that you can check out. Yeah, so hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for watching. Thank you for joining. Maybe I'll see you next time. Until then, see ya.